Chapter 840. Rest. Rest for 20 minutes. The chief examiner, Zhua Yiheng, yelled. Jiang Xiao and the others, who had already returned, looked at each other while Han Jiangshu raised her left hand and clenched it into a fist. Everyone received the signal and gathered in Han Jiangshue's direction. The few of them sat in a circle on the lawn while Han Jiangshue gave her comments. They then held a meeting in the arena. On the other hand, the chief instructor, Zhua Yiheng, directly used the microphone to explain to everyone. They could tell that the team of instructors had put in a lot of effort, as well as the country's efforts to nurture the elites. The chief instructor, Zhua Yiheng, was not only reprimanding the Shanghai Star Warriors team, but also explaining the problems to them. At the same time, he was using the Shanghai Star Warriors as a model to explain the problems to all the teams. Zhua Yiheng patted the information in his hand and said, Lu Yi, what's the strongest output of your team? What's your favorite tactic? Before Lu Yi could speak, the chief instructor said, Shadow tactics. Why did Yuan Qinghua get thrown into the main team of your school in year 3? It's because when the two of you work together, you can exert a huge output that ordinary teams won't be able to withstand at all. The ability to cause damage is extremely strong. However, have you seen Yuan Qinghua at all? Lu Yi was speechless. Zhua Yiheng continued. Even a fool can tell that your tactics are targeting Han Jiangshue and treating her as the main attack target. Lu Yi, you rushed towards Han Jiangshue as soon as the battle started. Since that's your tactic, there's no problem. As for the fact that you were stopped by Jiang Xiaopi, that's also because of Jiang Xiaopi's personal ability. That's something that can't be helped. But what happened after that? You've been fighting with Jiang Xiaopi. You're Dozhan from the Desperado faction. Are you really unable to get away? Are you really unable to return to Yuan Qinghua's side? Lu Yi opened his mouth, but did not refute anything. During the dozens of rounds of fighting with Jiang Xiao, he had rushed towards Yuan Qinghua twice, but he was stopped by Jiang Zhao's extremely powerful abilities. Lu Yi felt bitter. Rapid movement was different from teleportation. There was still a route for rapid movement, after all. In fact, many of the people present thought that Lu Yi had gotten carried away. Everyone felt that with Lu Yi's abilities, he should have been able to interact with Yuan Qinghua. During the dozens of rounds of confrontation, he would definitely have the chance to withdraw and use the star technique Desperation to support Yuan Qinghua. However, Jiang Zhao's field terror and space-time rift had really stalled Lu Yi. Every drop of rain here was closely connected to Jiang Zhao's perception. When Lu Yi activated the Blade of Death and tried to contact Yuan Qinghua, he was blocked by Jiang Xiao every time. In other words, Jiang Xiao had really relied on his own abilities to stall the engine of Ying Feng's tactics and completely cut off any possible interaction between the two of them. Lu Yi felt bitter in his heart. Lu Yi didn't say in the end. Zhua Yiheng continued saying, Yi Hanjin, your problem is also very big. I know that your tactical target is Han Jiangshue. I can tell that your defense is very strong. Even when you're engulfed by the ice roar, you still have the ability to attack. However, your first choice is still to blow up Han Jiangshue. I personally think that you made the wrong choice. You should release your teammate and use the Purification Star technique to release Wang Yujun from the domain of silence. Once you release Wang Yujun, you won't be beaten up by Han Jiangshue and lose your ability to fight. Besides, Han Jiangshue is very likely to be controlled by Wang Yujun. Yi Hanjin lowered his head expressionlessly and remained silent. There was indeed a problem with his choice. Perhaps he was too confident in his Thunderbolt Star technique. He couldn't imagine that Han Jiangshue would really be able to withstand the Thunderbolt in such a special way. Yi Heng said, Wang Yujun, Zhua Yiheng was a little speechless. He didn't know what to say to this girl who had been controlled from the beginning to the end. The main reason was still because of Yi Hanjin. He was disturbed by Han Jiangshue's ice roar and did not manage to maintain the Purification Star technique. Hence, Wang Yujun kept running around in a bid to break free from Jiang Zhao's control. Yuan Qinghua, you. Zhua Yiheng turned to look at Yuan Qinghua, only to see that Xia Yin had trampled on her face. Zhua Yiheng didn't know what to say, Yuan Xinghua's assassin skill could not be activated and its shadow could not be dispersed. That was indeed something that couldn't be helped. She had been perfectly restrained by Gu Shi and star technique. Besides, the connection between Lu Yi and Yuan Xinghua had been completely cut off by Jiang Shao. The pitiful little Yin flower had no choice but to be dragged into the arena by Xia Yin and be beaten up badly. Their star techniques were restrained and their tactics were wrong. As a result, the Shanghai Star Warriors team was like a team of beginners who were completely controlled by Han Jiangshue's team. They were led by the nose and could not cooperate at all. On the other hand, Han Jiangshue's tactics were extremely successful, and everyone's execution was simply visible. They were people who had really experienced life and death together and fought on the battlefield. The four of them were a team that participated in the World Cup and also an army of wasteland reclaimers. Be it in the arena or on the battlefield, the team of four would probably be laughing in their dreams if they were under someone else's command. However, Qin Wangchuan couldn't. On the contrary, Qin Wangchuan was extremely upset and could only say, well, everyone had their own difficulties. Zhou Yiheng was full of praises for Han Jiangshue's team, but he didn't want to say it. Next group, Xiangnan Military Academy. You guys come. Is what Yiheng ordered. He glanced at his watch and continued. There's still 18 minutes of rest time. Let me see your thoughts. For soldiers in camouflage uniforms stood up from the spectator stands. There were 3 men and 1 woman. Although there was a gender difference, their bodies were as neat as if they had been chopped by a knife and an axe. They were like the front row of the Qing Kingdom's military parade as they lined up on the green field. The girl was easier to distinguish, but as for the 3 male soldiers, no one could tell who was who. Of course, they couldn't blame anyone. After all, they were triplets. There was no need to mention their level of tacit understanding. Seeing this scene, Han Jiangshue frowned slightly and said, "You went on a killing spree in the World Cup back then, and the subsequent effects have already been seen. Chen Chun is a new generation of support that was inspired by you. Although he's a support, he can be used as a battle fighter." Xia Yin smacked her lips and asked, "How can we tell which one is Chun Chun, which one is Chun Mu, and which one is Super Chun?" Han Jiangshue said, "Judging from his expression, the one who's trying to stay awake should be Chun Mu. He's absorbed the negative star technique of Bamboo Bear." However, Jiang Shao said, "He might be faking it. Be careful." Han Jiangshue nodded thoughtfully and said, "It's indeed possible. Be careful of his roar technique. Gu Shi and roar louder later. Xiaopi's bell can solve the problem too, but I don't want to waste his energy because of this." Gu Shi nodded and said, "No problem." Han Jiangshue continued, 2 shield warriors, 1 support, and 1 rules awakened. This team is almost equivalent to 3 supports and 1 rules awakened. Besides, each support has strong individual offensive abilities. What suggestions do you guys have? Jiang Shao said, "As a rules awakened in the Star Ocean, you're a huge threat. However, after the competition just now, everyone has seen that it's obviously not feasible to get rid of you first. Who do you think they'll target?" Gu Shiren said, "The one who's as threatening as Commander Han is you, Jiang Xiaopi. However, the characteristics of your star technique make everyone unwilling to get rid of you first." Han Jiangshue thought about it and said, "This team is very special. They don't have any star techniques like silencing. They're a team that's better at attacking than defending and controlling." Since they could enter the World Cup qualifiers and were regarded as the best team by Xiangnan Military Academy, their star techniques should be very comprehensive. However, this team was a little special. Just as Han Jiangshue said, they did not have any hard control star techniques, but they did have a few soft control star techniques that could indeed produce unexpected effects in battle. However, compared to a hard control star technique like silencing, they were worlds apart in terms of functionality. Jiang Shao sighed softly and said, "This team, I'm afraid I can't control them. The star techniques of the 4 of them can instantly cover half of the field. I can only use silencing again and again to try and interfere with Xie Jiangqi, who has the strongest output. However, she will always seize the opportunity." Han Jiangshue understood what Jiang Shao meant and said, "The target is Xie Jiangqi. She's the tactical core of the Xiangnan Military Academy. Jiang Shao suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Do you want to play some tricks? Teach them a lesson?" Huh? Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "What do you mean?" Jiang Shao said, "We've already played 18 games, and you've been standing at the back of our team obediently. What if you suddenly teleport over? Chain lightning, lightning halo, and burning sun are all explosive star techniques." Stunned for a moment, Han Jiangxu couldn't help but press her hand on Jiang Zhao's head and rub it forcefully. "Everyone wants to get close to me, but you're asking me to walk right into their trap." Gu Shiren grinned and muttered softly, "You're full of tricks." Jiang Shao chuckled and removed the hand on the buzzcut boy's head. He said, "They don't have any control-type star techniques, which is our greatest advantage. I bet that no matter who their target is, the three brothers will definitely charge at us. After all, their powerful star techniques are all melee attacks. In fact, all four of them might even charge forward together. Little Jiangxue, let's see where they stand later. If Xie Jiangqi stands at the back, you can really consider attacking the enemy's back. You don't have to do that. Think about it. If you go to the back of the enemy camp, it'll be the safest place." Han Jiangxue said, "Okay." Gu Shiren said, "You can bring me along. I'll protect you." Han Jiangxue shook her head and said softly, "No, you won't be able to withstand my close-range attacks." Gu Shiren was speechless. "Don't mind it. Isn't Xiaopi's tears of sorrow restricted too? If he fights against four of us, he'll just cry. With the three of us around, Xiaopi's tears of sorrow can be considered to have lost most of its power," Xia Yin comforted Gu Shiren. However, that was not the case. If Jiang Shao really wanted to cry, tears of sorrow could be used. At this moment, Jiang Shao could already freely control the range of tears of sorrow and where it would fall. However, Jiang Shao wasn't prepared to treat the Xiangnan Military Academy that way. They were opponents, not enemies. It would be too heartless to use tears of sorrow. They rested for a long time, but they weren't in a hurry. Xia Yin suddenly said, "If you really want to teach them a lesson, Jiang Xue can directly turn into a star weapon and use white flames to deal with one person. Let them know what Star C is." Han Jiangxue hesitated for a moment and said, "Forget it. It's too dangerous. It's easy to burn someone to death." Gu Shiren couldn't help but be speechless. The other teams were all thinking about how to win, but the experts in his team were all thinking about how to teach their opponents a lesson. At the same time, they were also considering not to be too heavy-handed. Otherwise, it would be easy to teach their opponents a lesson. Another reader drew a cute little candle flame. Although it was somewhat different from the description in the book, it was the image of the little candle flame in his mind. "It's so cute. Qijin will take a week to review the pictures, so I posted them on Weibo. Weibo name, You Loves Writing." Chapter 841. Our target is the female soldier, Xie Jiangqi. Han Jiangxue finally decided on the battle plan. None of the three Chan brothers could tell them apart, but the only girl should be able to, right? Han Jiangxue said, "Gu Shiren, guard me. Pay attention to the opponent's iron-eating legend and activate your shield. This match is going to be tough." "Xiaopi, Xia Yin." Han Jiangxue looked at the two of them and said, "It's still 2-1-1. You two go to the front and guard the middle line of defense. Don't let them rush over and create a good environment for me to output damage." "Okay, no problem," Xia Yin and Jiang Shao answered. "Xia Yin, your field tear, use it wisely. In order to dispel the negative effects, Chen Mu used the Black Rock Mountain, Black Flame Star technique. Your field tear will be judged as an attack, so you'll be in a lot of pain," Han Jiangxue instructed. "Okay." Xia Yin made a nasal sound, but didn't say anything else. The 20-minute break was over. Under the instructions of the referee, the four of them dispersed and stood in their positions. Han Jiangxue said from afar, "Xiaopi, take good care of Xie Jiangqi." Jiang Shao turned his head and grinned. "As you wish." This time, the T formation of the Capital Star Warriors was a little tight. Jiang Shao and Xia Yin were no longer standing on the left and right sidelines, but on the left and right sides of the middle circle. To the surprise of the Capital Star Warriors, the Xiangnan Military Academy was also in a standard 2-1-1 formation. Logically speaking, the two shield warriors, Chun Mu and Super Chun, should be in the front while the support Chin Chin stood in the middle. However, the three brothers, well, who knew? What made the competition even more interesting was that the four soldiers on the other side all had their eyes on Jiang Shao the moment they stood in their positions. Xie Jiangqi's gaze was better, because Jiang Shao was already used to being stared at by the beautiful ladies with such passionate gazes. With Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin around, Jiang Shao had long been immune to poison. Jiang Shao is someone who has seen the world. I've seen all the prettiest girls. Why would I feel uncomfortable at all? The problem was the look in the eyes of the three Chun brothers. Oh my God, especially that Chun Mu. He didn't know if he was faking it, but his sleepy eyes and languid posture were exactly the same as Jiang Zhao's hummingbird. They were of different species, but their expressions were so similar. This made Jiang Shao a little confused. Jiang Shao wanted to shout that familiar phrase, "Baby bear, quickly use erythema doctor. Do-do. Beep beep." The referee blew his whistle and waved his flag. Begin. Who? Thick waves of golden chi spread out and instantly enveloped the four people. Jiang Zhao's silence came as expected. He had specially adjusted it to the platinum quality so that it would not imprison their bodies or restrict their speed. Jiang Zhao's silence domain also disappeared in the blink of an eye and was completely purified. Xiangnan Military Academy. Xie Jiangqi's voice sounded out from the other side. It was sonorous and powerful, and it had a unique, valiant, and heroic air to it. From her appearance, temperament, voice, and attitude, she was a perfect example of a female soldier. She continued to shout, "Charge! Charge!" The four of them were neat and uniform, and even their footsteps were in sync. It wasn't terrifying that their footsteps were in sync. What was terrifying was that the distance between each step they took was surprisingly uniform, and the formation seemed to be moving horizontally. So cool, damn it, so cool. I never thought that a single sentence would make my blood boil. There's no need for background music to heighten the atmosphere. At the same time, everyone finally knew which one was Chun Mu. The body of one of the three Chun brothers actually burned with pitch-black flames. It was Chun Mu's unique star technique that could dispel the negative effects. It was a star technique of the Black Flame series. Jiang Zhao's hummingbird used the ice-cold star technique of black and white candlelight to dispel the negative effects. However, Chun Mu burned his life and used pain to dispel the negative effects. In the opposite half of the arena, Han Jiangxue put up a flame shield with one hand and scattered sparks around her body, instantly extinguishing the golden spots of light that were floating around her body. That soft control came from Xie Jiangqi. She couldn't completely stop Han Jiangxue from using her star techniques, but she could disrupt Han Jiangxue's star power and affect Han Jiangxue's casting to a certain extent. Almost at the same time, the two shield warriors in the front row and the support a few steps behind from the Xiangnan Military Academy all raised their right fists and punched forward. Roar, roar, roar. 3 golden dragons appeared out of thin air, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they roared and darted forward. Ferocious dragons didn't cross the river. In a flash, Jiang Shao dodged the domineering eastern dragon and went straight to the enemy's base. He was trapped in the enemy's camp and stood in front of Xie Jiangqi. Han Jiangxue's instructions were very clear. She asked Jiang Shao to take care of Xie Jiangqi, and Jiang Zhao's execution was definitely outstanding. Han Jiangxue was obviously more stable and calm. She didn't accept Jiang Zhao's outrageous actions. Since she doesn't intend to cut to the back row, I'll do it. The giant blade slashed down, and Xie Jiangqi's body tilted abruptly, causing the golden waves around her to swirl and caused Jiang Zhao's body to tilt. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Due to the interference of the golden cyclone, Jiang Shao slashed, lifted, stabbed, and swept with the giant sword in his hand. However, Xie Jiangqi managed to dodge all 4 moves in a row. This agility. Grade A. This movement technique. Grade A+. This combat intelligence and combat awareness? Grade A++. Bang! Of course, Jiang Zhao's attacks were endless. Regardless of the interference, he would always be able to find an angle and opportunity. The cold giant blade once again brushed past Xie Jiangqi's chest and slashed onto the grass. Although the opponent was extremely tricky, Jiang Zhao couldn't help but secretly marvel. Indeed, outstanding women have A-grade breasts too. Huh. In that case, my little Jiang Xue is outstanding too? Jiang Zhao quickly adjusted his battle strategy. He wondered how the rules awakened in front of him had been trained by the Xiangnan Military Academy. Her movement technique was definitely top-notch. Yes, since the style of the giant blade couldn't be bold and unrestrained, let's play something more subtle. Jiang Zhao stopped Xie Jiangqi, and a few seconds ago, Xia Yin had also stopped the enemies in front. With the help of Gu Shi and Zai's, Xia Yin was fearless in the 1v1 battle against the two shield warriors. The way Xia Yin rushed to the front was also very special. Logically speaking, the three dragons had almost blocked Xia Yin's path forward. She wouldn't be able to dodge them, let alone rush forward. Unlike Jiang Zhao, Xia Yin's star technique of desperation had a way forward. Xia Yin had indeed leaped high into the air, but she seemed to have fallen into the enemy's trap. After all, ordinary people would not be able to borrow strength in the air and would only be at the mercy of the enemy. However, Xia Yin also displayed her terrifying combat intelligence and star technique. She activated the Blade of Death again and moved a few meters in the air, dodging the enemy's attack. She then swung the Sword of Death and dashed forward again, after which she plunged towards the two shield warriors. At the back, Gu Shi and held his shield in one hand and leaned his upper body forward. He arched his legs and placed a black shield in front of him. However, he was pushed back by more than 10 meters by the dragons, causing the turf to fly and mud to splatter everywhere. He left a long mark on the ground. Han Jiangxue stretched out her long legs and stepped on the back of Gu Shi, and who was retreating. The two of them were pushed back together, but Han Jiangxue ensured that her body was stable. She raised her hand and shot her dark blue scepter. One of the shield warriors immediately felt numb all over. Kacha! Kacha! The blade of desperation collided with the shield and intertwined with the fist that was covered in golden waves. The sounds of the intense battle were endless. Oh! An angry roar rang out. A giant that was 5 meters tall and covered in black flames suddenly appeared and stepped on the little bug beside his feet. At the same time, Chunmu roared at the sky. Iron-eating legend. Iron-eating legend, when in the state of the ancestor's body, let out a roar that will cause the enemy to tremble in fear. Shut up. Gu Shi subconsciously retreated. Under the special effect of the star technique, his voice was a little soft. However, after muttering, Gu Shi seemed to have regained his courage and yelled again, "Shut up!" Roar. Zoe skill, clear head, and clear eyes. The scene of the competition was extremely spectacular, and it was just like the 8 immortals crossing the sea and showing off their mystical abilities. However, unlike Shanghai Star Warriors, the Xiangnan Military School was advancing steadily. Their formation was not messed up, and they were still advancing steadily. The only one who was slightly flustered was Xie Jiangqi, who was constantly being defeated by Jiang Zhao. "Do you think I'll be afraid of you?" Xia Yin hollered, and in an instant, a large amount of star power rose from the ground. Countless layers of star power were embellished and gathered in large amounts. Similarly, a 5-meter-tall giant appeared with a star power sword in his hand. The two giants collided directly. Star power Xia Yin stepped on the halo of nostalgia and forced Chunmu to take a few steps back. Dong, dong, dong. Chunmu's steps were different from those of ordinary people. Every step he took back would cause the ground to tremble and the mountains to shake. Under the turbulent waves of air, Xiangnan Military Academy's formation was completely messed up this time. At the instant that Xia Yan's sword touched Chunmu, who was shrouded in dark flames, Xia Yin was in a terrible state. Her expression was extremely unsightly, and her lips were already bleeding from her biting them. Her beautiful eyes suddenly opened wide, and she seemed to be in extreme pain and had an unbearable and miserable appearance. "Now's the time. Focus fire," Chun Xiao hollered, and the three brothers suddenly knelt down and slammed their palms on the grass. Xia. As soon as Han Jiangxue uttered a word, two Eastern WYRMS that were coiled and coiled suddenly emerged from the ground. Xiangnan Military Academy's target had never been Xia Yan, but Han Jiangxue. After the previous battle in Shanghai Star Warriors, Xiangnan Military Academy's main target was still Han Jiangxue. In fact, this was supposed to be the Three Dragons Fountain. Chun Chun, who was in it, was shrouded by a strange gaze that disrupted the star power in his body. It was also a soft control. Gu Shiren's double bright light caused the target's star power to be disrupted. All of a sudden, Chun Chun felt a little suffocated because he did not summon the golden wave of air. Jiang Xiao stood behind Xie Jiangqi with one hand wrapped around her neck. His arms had already been locked. She stretched out her hand with a dazed look in her eyes. It was as if she wanted to touch the two giant dragons that were roaring and hovering in the sky. It also seemed that she was grabbing her target, Han Jiangxue, who was being rushed into the sky by the giant dragons. Jiang Xiao couldn't care less and casually threw Xie Jiangqi away. He looked at Han Jiangxue, who was rushing into the sky with the flame shield, and his body flickered instantly. Kacha, kacha! Cracks appeared on the eggshell-like flame shield, and it shattered almost instantly. Han Jiangxue's body was also completely bathed in the golden airwaves. She was blown away and twisted in a mess. She was strangled and spun up again and again. Just like that, Jiang Xiao appeared a few meters away from her outside the Two Dragons Fountain and threw Bell out. The jumping medical light shuttled back and forth between the two of them. The shield in Gu Shiren's hand dissipated, and he held the shadow hammer in one hand. He yelled, "Wake up, Xia Yan!" As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yan, who was filled with star power, leaped over and held her sword with both hands. She then stabbed the star power giant sword towards Chun Mu, who was half kneeling on the ground. She then pierced his heart from the back and stuck it into the ground. The air wave intertwined with the dust and soil. A foot wearing a military boot stepped down heavily. In the fog, it should be the location where Super Chun used to be. With a loud bang, the ground exploded and the air waves spread in all directions. No one knew what happened in the fog. Whoosh, star power Xia Yan's huge body completely turned into a soulless shell. Xia Yan's body directly rushed out from the position of star power Xia Yan's heart. She shook her head vigorously as if trying to make herself more clear-headed. She held the sword of death in her hand and shuttled quickly, slashing at Chun Chun, who was still charging forward. In front of her, the heavy hammer had already arrived. Gu Shiren waved his left and right hands continuously, and a shield warrior played the role of a long-range attacker. He threw the shadow hammers one after another and bombarded Chun Chun. Chun Chun's body moved left and right while the air wave surged around him. His eyes were still fixed on Han Jiangxue, who was in midair, seemingly still looking for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow. He was a support. He was the only one left in his team at this time, and he was still charging forward. Perhaps there was no winning or losing in his mind, only the mission goal. Or perhaps the team of 4 from Xiangnan Military School had never thought about winning or losing in this battle. They only had the mission goal in their eyes. Screech. Blade of Death, fugitive. The sword pierced through Chun Chen's back and stuck diagonally into the ground. Under the huge momentum, Xia Yan's body was knocked out like a small stone skipping on water, rolling up and down on the lawn. Not far away, Jiang Xiao landed steadily from the sky with Han Jiangxue in his arms. Beep beep, beep beep beep. The hurried whistle sounded continuously. Everyone in the field finally heard the whistle. In fact, the moment Xie Jiangqi fainted and Chun Mu was pierced by the star power sword, the whistle had already sounded. However, everyone in the battle did not seem to hear the whistle. Han Jiangxue came out of Jiang Zhao's arms and stood on the green grass. Her clothes were slightly tattered. When she fell from the sky, she had already wrapped herself in Jiang Zhao's coat. Her body had also been healed by Bell, and there was no trace of injury at all. Jiang Zhao hurriedly flashed over and quickly healed Chen Chun. For a while, the sound of Bell rang incessantly. As for Chun Mu and Super Chun, they had long been wrapped in the fog by the staff. Good, very good. So what Yiheng slapped the Presidium. That's the attitude. That's the determination. Knowing that there's a tiger in the mountain. Leaning toward the tiger mountain. Not afraid of hardships and dangers. Not afraid of sacrifice. Clear goal and clear mind. Playing the right tactics and cooperation. Is what Yiheng exclaimed loudly. This is called execution. It's a glorious defeat. The Capital Star Warriors followed the rhythm of Xiangnan Military School throughout the entire competition. Zhuo Yiheng nodded continuously. What a wonderful game. Exquisite cooperation. Just a little bit more, and your mission would have been completed. Hearing this, Jiang Xiao was speechless. He subconsciously looked at Han Jiangxue, who was not injured at all, then turned to look at the examiner. You're saying this. Don't you feel guilty? For 1,300 words, please get some monthly votes. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 842. At night, in a hotel arranged by the national team. Although a few teams were from the capital, and their schools were also in the capital, they were definitely not allowed to go home. The national team had to manage them, and the participating students were arranged to stay in the same hotel. In 2 days, Jiang Zhao's team assessed the other 42 teams. Some teams were eliminated on the spot, and the number of teams that were eliminated was extremely large. However, some students from a few teams were selected and requested to participate in the next stage of the assessment. Fortunately, Li Wei and Qian Zhuang managed to make it to the second round under the leadership of the 2 seniors. After being reviewed by the team of examiners, they were allowed to stay. However, they didn't know if they could make it to the finals. After all, there were only 3 main teams and 2 reserve teams. As for Jiang Xiao, he had earned a lot in the past 2 days. 42 teams and 4,200 skill points. What did that mean? Added up, it actually gave more than the Crescent Moon Medal. Damn the internal star map. It's too rigid. How can such an assessment mission compare to the Crescent Moon Medal? Jiang Xiao was a typical person who was holding his bowl and eating. Before he even put down his chopsticks, he had already started cursing. He was the scum of the scum. I've earned so much, it's hard not to spend. Jiang Xiao placed the pillow vertically and leaned against the headboard of the bed. He leaned on it and swayed his toes rhythmically. At the window, Gu Shi and heard Jiang Xiao muttering to himself. Clearly, he had heard it clearly, but he didn't know what exactly Jiang Xiao had earned. Phew! Gu Shi blew a puff of smoke out of the window and turned to look at Jiang Xiao. What's the matter? Nothing, nothing. Jiang Xiao shook his head and glanced at Gu Shi and, suddenly recalling the situation during the previous World Cup. At that time, his roommate was Zhao Wenlong. One of them drinks tea while the other smokes. Both of them really have their own preferences. Jiang Xiao suddenly asked, "Do you like to drink tea?" Gu Shi shook his head and said, "Adults drink alcohol." "Come on." Jiang Xiao humphed and said, "Only kids want to drink beer. Adults drink wolfberry water." Gu Shi was speechless. Jiang Xiao waved his left hand and gestured at the green military watch. Only kids wear watches. Adults wear hand cards. Gu Shi. Jiang Xiao couldn't stop himself. Only children like women. Adults. Ahem, forget it. Gu Shi, why don't you tell me? Jiang Xiao waved his hand. Only children will ask questions. Adults are already speechless about this world. Gu Shi put out his cigarette with a pained expression. He was indeed speechless towards Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao looked at his internal star map again. A man will not be rich without outside wealth, and a horse will not be fat without eating nightgrass. What should he do with his 4,200 skill points? Including his previous inventory, he now had a total of 13,268 skill points. Should I increase my skills? The Xia family saber technique was already at platinum rank level 8. Why would he need 2,000 points? Not good, not good. The biggest benefit should be to practice the Xia family saber technique to platinum level 9 and use 1,000 points to break through the threshold of diamond level. Jiang Xiao had never been fond of using skill points to acquire skills that could be trained by himself. Good steel should be used on the edge of the blade. Those that could not be controlled by Jiang Xiao and could not be obtained through hard work were what Jiang Xiao should spend his skill points on. For example, 10,000 skill points was enough for the black and white candle to be promoted to the diamond rank. If nothing went wrong, it would be able to provide Jiang Xiao with another star pet to rely on after it was promoted to the next rank. Another example would be Jiang Xiao's 4-star pets. Almost all of their star techniques could be listed in a row. They were indeed powerful, but they were all abyssal giant pits. Jiang Xiao would have to spend his skill points on them. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Gu Shiren turned around and walked to open the door. Teacher Chun. Gu Shiren's voice sounded. Jiang Xiao turned off the internal star map, put on his slippers, quickly got out of bed, and walked over curiously. Ah, not bad, not bad. You did well. Let's go. I'll take you to barbecue. Qin Depeng patted Gu Shiren's shoulder and chuckled. Gu Shiren, who was 9 meters tall and mighty, seemed like a weakling in front of Qin Depeng. Of course, even Gu Shiren had become a weakling. Jiang Zhao's size was the weakest of the weakest. The two of them put on their jackets and quickly walked out, only to see Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue waiting outside. Jiang Xiao asked, "By the way, are the few people from Xiangnan Military Academy all right?" Qin Depeng comforted him. "It's fine. Didn't you save them on the battlefield? Are you referring to the trauma they suffered?" Jiang Xiao scratched his head. After such a long time, his buzz cut had already grown out. Qin Depeng said, "They're all-star warriors, students who have been trained according to the standards of soldiers. They are strong and determined. They're fine, don't worry." Qin Depeng put his arm around Jiang Zhao's shoulder and walked into the hotel elevator. He said, "Your team has been guaranteed a spot in the second round of the selection. You don't have to participate anymore." Jiang Xiao was stunned for a moment and frantically said, Don't do it. Continue." Qin Depeng looked at Jiang Xiao with a peculiar expression. Feeling a little embarrassed by Qin Depeng's stare, Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, "I quite like sparring with young talents. It makes me full of energy." He made it sound so nice. Isn't he just addicted to torturing noobs? Ding! The elevator door opened and Qin Depeng led the team of students out. He said, "I put you guys in the position of examiners because I want everyone to recognize the gap between them and give the elites a warning. Your mission has been successfully completed." Jiang Xiao grinned and said, "It's not that useful anymore, right? Were we then? A team of tools?" Ha! Qin Depeng laughed out loud and explained, "Although your team can create a desperate situation for the opponent's team and let the examiners see the attitude, determination, and execution of the team being assessed, it's better for both teams to be on par with each other. However, only when the strength of both teams was about the same, or at least when there was no qualitative difference, would they be able to display the true strength of both teams. This was the main point of the selection. If you guys go again, it's indeed not that useful anymore." Everyone walked to the parking lot and got into a large off-road vehicle that matched Qin Depeng's build. Jiang Xiao sat in the back seat and leaned against the back of the passenger seat. "What we do now, then?" Qin Depeng said, "Be an examiner and sit in the audience for the assessment. In another 2 days, the national team will officially determine the team and begin training. At that time, there will be a professional team of coaches to guide you and tailor 5 to 8 sets of tactics for you according to your star techniques, characteristics, and abilities." Qin Depeng turned on the turn signal and stepped on the accelerator. All of a sudden, he thought of something and continued, "Student Han Jiangxue, you should know the process. It was the same when you participated in the previous World Cup, right?" Beside Jiang Xiao, Han Jiangxue, who was also sitting in the back row, said the first few rounds of selection in the previous World Cup were completely different from this one, but the tactics should be the same. In the previous World Cup, I memorized 7 sets of tactics in Song Chunqi's team, 4 of which started with me. Qin Depeng nodded and said, "If nothing goes wrong, your team will still use you as the core, to formulate the tactics. The other three might not be as important, but under normal circumstances, you two will only be the starting point when facing a team with special configurations. One set is enough, Xia Yin said as she leaned her elbow against the window frame and looked at the brightly lit streets. I can't remember too many. Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and said, It's better to compete in individual battles. It's just to study the characteristics of one opponent. It's not complicated. Speaking of individual battles, Qin Depeng seemed to have thought of something again and said, The first round of the individual competition is also being held. Xiaopi, since your team is free now, go and report to them when you have the time. You don't have to meet the contestants. Just go and meet the person in charge, Wu Ji, and report to him. Ah, no problem, Jiang Xiao agreed casually. Qin Depeng smiled and said, There's an impressive figure in this year's individual competition. Jiang Xiao asked, Huh? Qin Depeng said, Yi Qingquan from the Star Warriors University of the Central Plains. Jiang Xiao blinked and asked, Chao Yu Qingquan from the city of Wei? Qin Depeng said, As in easy. Jiang Xiao asked, What about him? Qin Depeng said, Just like you, his blessing is also of silver quality. He's very lucky and managed to get his hands on an extremely rare silver quality white ghoul, which star bead. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Qin Depeng said, He's also a combat healer, and the weapon he uses is also a giant sword. Jiang Xiao asked, Giant sword? Qin Depeng said, Yes, a weapon made according to your giant sword. Jiang Xiao turned around and looked at Xia Yin, who was sitting on the other side of the window. I'm afraid he's one of the thousands of disciples in the Xia family's swordsmanship sect. Xia Yin looked upset. In the field of giant sword techniques, she was indeed Jiang Zhao's guide, but at this moment, she had already switched to swordsmanship. Besides, the fact that Jiang Xiao could practice the giant sword techniques to such an extent was already beyond the scope of the Xia family's swordsmanship. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the founder of the Xia family's swordsmanship. Qin Depeng continued. 2 years ago, Yi Qingquan was only in year 1 and was at the peak of the nebulous stage. She saw that you took a special path of support during the World Cup. Later on, with the help of her family and school, she analyzed your competition videos, combat moves, and combat characteristics. She then went into seclusion for 2 years. She only came out recently and was already in the late galaxy stage. After the preliminary selection in the past 2 days, everyone finally understood why she was sent by the Star Warriors University of the Central Plains to participate in the individual competition. Jiang Xiao humphed and said, Building a car behind closed doors? Qin Depeng smiled and said, It said that with the help of more than 10 star martial arts coaches in the family, she watched all the videos of your competitions in high school, college, the World Cup, and so on. She analyzed your giant blade techniques frame by frame and the characteristics of your moves. She almost completely uncovered your giant blade techniques. Jiang Xiao exclaimed, What the heck? Qin Depeng smiled and said, Xiaopi, you have no idea how much of an impact you had on the new generation of Star Warriors when you won the World Cup 2 years ago. Jiang Xiao thought to himself, It's over, it's over. I'm really going to lead a group of medical Star Warriors astray. Qin Depeng had a gossipy look on his face as he looked at the rearview mirror and said, Rumor has it that the Yi Qingquan family had captured many monks at the top of the ancient pagoda for her. She gave one of the monks a giant blade and threw all of them into the training ground. Yi Qingquan had been killing his way through the past 2 years. Jiang Xiao was well aware of the abilities of the group of master trainers. The grimacing monks were almost synonymous with battle masters. The saying that the Central Plains is good at melee combat existed because of the dimensional space at the top of the ancient pagoda. Qin Depeng said, Yi Qingquan's giant sword technique is based on your techniques and integrated with the grimacing monk's swordsmanship. In yesterday's competition, she played the role of a support and managed to turn the battle around in 1 minute and 17 seconds. I'm not sure what's going on today, but she probably won't lose, right? Jiang Xiao felt his scalp go numb, and he thought, What's going on? You're a support, yet you're not researching how to protect your teammates. Instead, you're fighting with the grimacing monks every day? Peng seemed to be enjoying the show. Let's see when you report in. Haha, even the buzz cut is the same as yours. She's just a female version of you. Female version? Jiang Xiao scratched his head and asked. I Ching Chan is a girl. Not only is she a girl, but she's also a pretty one. I really didn't expect a girl to be so good-looking with a buzz cut. Peng slammed the steering wheel and looked at the barbecue restaurant in front of him before slamming on the brakes. That's it. Jiang Xiao turned to look at Xia Yin and said, Goddess Yin, let's give our Depang Laosher a buzz cut to broaden his horizons. We'll let him know what true good looks are. Xia Yin pursed her lips and humphed. I don't believe you. Xiaopi, you tricked me into cutting a couple's hairstyle with you again. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Chapter 843. At the same time, Unit 701 in Jiangbin City was empty. No one knew that there was an opening point in the living room of the Shadow of Calamity Ruins. In the Shadow of Calamity Ruins, Jiang Zhao's sparring partner held his giant sword tightly and retreated to the side quietly, staring at Second Last, who was trembling violently. The rich star power surged towards Second Last's body, while the Lynx star map in front of her chest opened its mouth and revealed its sharp fangs while devouring the star power in large gulps. After more than 10 seconds, Second Last's trembling body finally calmed down and the star map in front of her gradually dissipated. Jiang Xiao wiped the sweat from his eyes and felt as if he had just been fished out of the water. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and his clothes were soaked in water. Second Last didn't give in either, but her mind was clearly elsewhere at this moment. She slowly opened her long and narrow eyes and looked at Jiang Xiao, after which the rich star power slowly dissipated, revealing her pitch-black eyes. Is it done? Jiang Xiao asked expectantly. Yes, Second Last said with a nod. She was in a good mood, and her cold expression had become much gentler. Tisk, tisk, Jiang Xiao said while wiping the sweat on his forehead with his elbow. It's the late galaxy stage. You should strengthen your physical fitness training. The threshold for the starry stage is the same as the threshold for the galaxy stage. Second Last nodded and asked casually, How's it going on your side? Jiang Xiao sat down on the grayish-white rock and leaned against the starry wall. The first stage is almost over. The second stage of the training will start in about a week. Second Last asked, Is it interesting to fight with those college students? Jiang Xiao grinned and said, Don't look down on them. Some of the teams are very good at executing tactics, and their individual characteristics are also very distinct. I'll go and take a look at the individual competition tomorrow. I heard that there's also a formidable one-on-one expert there. Well, it's a good thing to make life more colorful, Second Last said, and sat down slowly. Second Last sat down slowly, seemingly ready to give herself some time to rest. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Back in the capital, Jiang Xiao and his team ate roasted meat and drank fruit juice. Life was indeed colorful. On the other hand, Second Last training was already extremely arduous and monotonous. It was terrifyingly boring. Jiang Xiao said, You've almost mastered the giant blade technique. You can advance now. Second Last had always been interested in improving her strength and training. What do you mean? Jiang Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said, You could try using a sword. We've been sparring every day. You have to trust my judgment and feelings. Your basic skills are already very solid. It's time for you to try something fancy. Second Last smiled. When she was alone with Jiang Xiao, she would still smile occasionally. Second Last shook her head and said, Do you think that style suits me? Jiang Xiao said, I'm just being flashy. Actually, this technique is very practical. Besides, you have the giant mist blade. You could just summon another one after throwing one. Your astral power is more than enough. The bullet sword can increase your attack methods and the range of your attack, which will allow you to control more. Second Last looked at the giant blades on both sides of Jiang Xiao and said, After the sword, it's the dual-wielding giant blades, right? Jiang Xiao scratched his head awkwardly and said, I figured it out on my own. I think that's the case. Second Last said, Don't doubt yourself. You're indeed very powerful when you wield the giant blades. In front of you, I've always been defending more and attacking less. Compliments depended on who was being complimented. Second last was a straightforward person who would never suck up to others. Hence, she was sincerely complimenting Jiang Shao. Besides, second last style was indomitable. The fact that Jiang Shao could suppress her and make her defend more and attack less was enough to show how ferocious he was. To put it bluntly, he was almost like a mad dog. The suppression of a mad dog was perfect for Jiang Shao. In fact, Jiang Shao had his reasons too. If he didn't suppress second last and give her a chance to get stronger, the battle wouldn't be able to continue. Although the threshold of the Starfall stage was not the threshold of physical fitness, it was the purest form of a battle between a Galaxy Assistant and a Galaxy Assistant. If Jiang Zhao's assistant was not a mad dog and fought with the opponent properly, she would be able to kill Jiang Shao in a few moves. As the saying went, difficulties were like springs that would become stronger when you were weak. In Jiang Zhao's heart, second last was equal to difficulties. Shall we celebrate? Jiang Shao suggested. What? Jiang Shao said temptingly. Let's go for a barbecue. Training has been too tiring. Let's go and have some grilled codfish. Upon hearing this, second last licked her lips, only to realize that she was sweating bitterly. Jiang Shao continued. Shall we go to Uncle Yu and Auntie Yu's place? Let's celebrate. You're already in the later stages of the Starfall stage. Don't be so tense. You'll break down sooner or later. Okay. Second last nodded gently and said, okay. Second last opened the door of the Calamity Ruins, and the two of them went to the bathroom respectively. After washing up, they changed into clean and refreshing clothes. Before leaving, Jiang Shao even cleaned up their clothes that were drenched in sweat and threw them into the washing machine. He then set off with second last while the washing machine buzzed loudly. Jiang Shao once again got into the black AOS 686 sedan and sat in the driver's seat. Under the night sky, he drove out of the estate and into the brightly lit street. No one spoke in the car, but for some reason, Jiang Shao felt a sense of warmth, as if he was living with second last. What about your other clones? How are they? Second last asked casually as she sat in the passenger's seat and stared at the scenery outside the window. Gardner Pie has already created a huge lake for the humming whale. It's large and deep enough for it to have fun. Besides, the stone villa has also been built. Now, Gardner Pie is exploring the end of the world of the Calamity Ruins with the humming whale, Jiang Shao answered with a smile. He continued, when you go again next time, there will be a huge change. It's a lush forest, and the air is especially fresh. Okay. Second last's eyes were a little dazed as she stared at the neon lights outside the window. I haven't seen it yet, Jiang Shao said. The humming whale has seen you before. I can feel that it's looking forward to meeting you. Second last said softly, this kind of star technique is very terrifying. It can transmit what it sees and hears to the target, as well as emotions. Yes, after getting familiar with it, it can not only transmit emotions, but it can also clearly transmit the meaning that each other wants to express. It's really terrifying. Second last said, this kind of star technique is of strategic value. It's enough to build an indestructible team. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and frantically said, the humming whale is unique. Don't get any ideas about it. Second last said quietly, if I were what you think I am, we wouldn't be sitting together now. Yes. Jiang Shao nodded and continued, my big cat may look smelly and tough on the outside, but it's actually the warmest inside. Second last was speechless. Jiang Shao smiled awkwardly and accidentally revealed his nickname. He could tell that second last was in a good mood. She didn't dwell on the topic and instead asked, what about you in the alien sphere? Hearing this, Jiang Shao fell silent. A few seconds later, second last turned around and looked at the side of Jiang Zhao's face. You don't want to tell me. Jiang Shao grinned bitterly and said, it's been a few months, but there haven't been any results. I'm afraid I'll have to travel all over Beijing. Second last thought about it and said, it was winter when she left. It's winter in the north. What if she got the wrong way and went to Zhongji instead of north? From the perspective of Earth, there's also a snowfield dimensional space in Zhongji province. Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Okay, let's continue looking." Second last said, "You've been traveling in Beijiang for more than 3 months and you're still alive. Seems like you're strong enough to deal with some situations." Jiang Shao sneered and said, "You're thinking too much. My greatest advantage is that I can fly. Besides, the shadow crow I conjured is very small and inconspicuous. Of course, the Flower Blade Star weapon and Blade of Death Star techniques are really strong too. I can't deny that those two are important factors for my survival." The car slowly stopped at the side of the street, and the two of them got out of the car before walking towards the dimly lit alley. In front of the slightly shabby shop, there was a bright light shining in the room. Jiang Shao opened the door, and the two of them strode in. The bell hanging on the doorstep made a crisp sound, and the room was steaming hot. It was dinner time, and there were 2 customers seated at the small tables. "Ah, Juan, you're here. Come in, come in." Auntie Yu, who was seated behind the small bar counter, was beaming with joy, and there seemed to be some wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She hurriedly walked forward and arranged a seat for second last. On the other hand, Jiang Shao stood rooted to the ground and stared blankly at the back of a short-haired girl. There were plenty of short-haired girls, but this one, He Chongyang? The girl's parents were seated opposite the small table. They clearly noticed Jiang Zhao's gaze and frowned at the unfamiliar young man. The reason second last agreed to come out for a meal was that Jiang Zhao's actual body had been disguised when he was summoned. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Jiang Shao to walk out of the house with his real face. Second last sat on the wooden chair and chatted with Auntie Yu while glancing at Jiang Shao from time to time. Ahem, ahem. The girl's father coughed softly. The girl in the middle school uniform froze for a moment and turned around in the direction of her father's gaze, revealing her pure and innocent face. She stared at the unfamiliar boy at the door with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. The girl seemed to be a little scared as she hurriedly turned around and continued to eat the pork belly on the plate. Second last whistled and gestured at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and smiled bitterly. He then clasped his hands together apologetically at the couple and walked towards them. Auntie Yu clearly didn't recognize Jiang Zhao's face. Seeing that he seemed to be troubled, she didn't disturb him. After ordering the dishes, she hurriedly went to prepare the food for second last. Second last asked, "How could she be here?" Jiang Shao picked up the kettle and poured himself some hot tea before saying softly, "Their backs look too similar." Second last looked at the happy family of 3 and said, "You don't seem to be in a good state. Wake up." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Shao smiled noncommittally. "Not in a good state. I'm mischievous and frivolous. That's my attitude towards life. I never pretend, but there are many things that I hide in my heart, but never show on my face." Jiang Shao raised his head and looked at second last. Second last asked, "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao slowly pushed the cup of hot tea towards second last and said softly, "If I say that everyone I've met since the White Birch Forest is like her, will you believe me?" Second last looked at Jiang Shao silently for a long time before looking down and taking a sip of the hot tea in her hands. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 844. In the land of Beijiang, in the alien sphere. In a cave, there was a huge white ghoul corpse beside Jiang Shao with a bonfire burning in front of him. He was holding a stick in his hand with a skewer of barbecued meat. Although there was no seasoning, the oily barbecued meat made Jiang Shao salivate. Jiang Shao looked at the barbecued meat and suddenly squinted. He turned around and looked at the entrance of the cave. Which idiot dares to come here? Aren't there enough corpses to eat? Besides, most of the creatures in the alien sphere had some intelligence. Even the brutal white ghouls and white ghoul witches would at least know who they shouldn't provoke. Jiang Shao vaguely heard the sound of footsteps. People? Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he slowly stood up, looking at the entrance of the cave with anticipation. "Hello, friend. Are you Chinese?" A surprised voice was heard. Then an old man walked in. Great Senior Wasteland Reclaimer. Yin? Senior he? Jiang Shao was in disbelief as he sized Yin up from head to toe. It had been a long time since he last saw him, but he didn't seem to have changed much. Hearing this, Yin was clearly stunned. This voice is Jiang Shao. At this moment, Jiang Shao was not wearing the circle mask, nor was there his iconic giant sword beside him. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Shao saw a slender figure dressed in a white cloak with a hood over her head. Her face was still covered with a white cloth. It was the blind lady, a powerful and creepy star warrior with a creepy combat style. Jiang Shao had yet to find out her name. Yin walked over quickly and said, "Little friend, is it really you? My bait is in the upper snowfield. I went to the residence in the canyon, but it's already empty. The soldiers stationed there have all moved away. I've been waiting at the entrance to the alien sphere for a long time, but I couldn't find you. So, you've already entered the alien sphere?" Senior Yin smiled in embarrassment. "I didn't protect you well the last time, and you were eaten by that fish. I thought you didn't want to come again." Jiang Shao shook his head with a smile and said, "How can that be possible? I've been here all along, but I didn't know where to look for you in the upper snowfield. After I entered the alien sphere, I was held back again." At this point, Jiang Shao paused, looked at Yin, and asked, "Have the two of you been looking for me?" Yin nodded and said, "You can say that. Seeing so many corpses of the white ghouls, I felt that something was wrong here. In this area, there shouldn't be a race that is much stronger than the white ghouls. When I found someone in the cave, I thought it was a powerful star warrior who had mistakenly entered the alien sphere, but I didn't expect it to be you." Yin had a look of admiration as he said, "Your strength is growing very quickly. If you can reach such a level, don't tell me you're..." Yin looked at Jiang Zhao's face and thought about the hellish scene outside. "You didn't come up with your real body, did you?" Jiang Shao shook his head. "No, I'm still bait. Shao of Star Jiang Shao of Shao Jiang. Where have your sword?" Jiang Shao licked his lips and handed over a piece of barbecued meat. "If you've been looking for me, have you seen a girl in the process? About 15 or 16 years old, probably." After hearing Jiang Zhao's description, Yin shook his head and said, "I've never seen her before. How did you meet her?" Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment and sighed. He then told them about his magical journey into Xanadu, but he did not tell them the exact location of the Xanadu. He only told them a few stories. The blind lady listened silently at the side and didn't say a word from the beginning until the end. "Sigh, it's been hard on that child." Yin sighed heavily. "Your little girlfriend is a little reckless. I don't have any romantic feelings with her. I'm a master and she's my disciple." Jiang Shao hurriedly explained. Yin, "Oh." Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "She's still young. In my eyes, she's just a child. It's impossible for me to have any evil thoughts. Also, you might not believe it, but I feel like I'm more like a father, and she's the daughter." Yin looked at Jiang Zhao's youthful face and couldn't help but grin. "Are you an adult? Still want to be a father? What do you plan to do next?" Yin asked with concern. Jiang Shao twirled the branch in his hand and said, "I'll look for her. It's good to have a goal. If you can't find her, could it be that you're in the wrong direction?" Yin asked slowly. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "Maybe. I've searched the Beijiang region and some parts of the Great Ming region. I haven't found her in the Russian Federation. Follow us to the south." Yin took a bite of the barbecued meat and patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder. "Don't give up." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Okay." Unexpectedly, Yin said, "Let's go." Sure." Yin said, "If you're tired, you can turn into a crow. I'll carry you." Jiang Shao didn't stand on ceremony and turned into a crow and landed on Yun's shoulder. Yin finished the barbecued meat in a few bites and walked out. At the entrance of the cave, the blind lady suddenly stretched out her hand. Yin was stunned, and so was the one-eyed crow on his shoulder. Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment before flapping his wings and flying to the blind lady's palm. At the next moment, the blind lady spoke. She actually spoke? The blind lady gently stroked the black crow's head and said in a gentle voice, "Maybe she's not looking for you. Maybe she just wants to see the outside world." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. As the blind lady spoke, she picked up the one-eyed crow and placed it on her shoulder. Her white cloak fluttered gently as she strode out. Behind her, he sighed deeply. Everyone had their own story. After so many years, he rarely heard the blind lady speak and even thought that she was mute. However, he didn't expect her to have such a gentle side. The one-eyed crow slowly sat on the blind lady's shoulder. He was indeed a little tired. He decided to talk about it when he woke up. The lone scarlet eye slowly closed. 7 days later, in the capital on Earth, Jiang Shao applied for leave from the chief examiner, Li Hong, and went to report for the individual competition. As for why he chose to go today, it was because the final team of 10 for the individual competition would be determined today. The selection process would indeed be faster than that of the team competition. Jiang Shao had delayed going until today because he had been detained by the main examiner, Zhuo Heng, to be his assistant and an examiner. Such an experience was actually rather interesting for Jiang Shao. Standing in different positions and looking at problems from different perspectives, it was indeed a test of one's ability to deploy troops, arrange and match the members, and bring out the greatest characteristics of each member of the team. Jiang Shao also discovered a particularly serious problem. On paper, a few students from different schools should be particularly powerful when paired together, but when it came to actual combat, they were far less effective than the fixed teams from different schools. After all, the Star Warrior competition was not a competition based on cold data. Otherwise, there would be no need for the competition at all. The experts' predictions would suffice. According to the experts' predictions on paper, Jiang Shao reckoned that he would be eliminated in the first round of the previous World Cup. Jiang Shao was wearing a cap and a mask. After verifying his identity with the security guard, he sneaked into the Sanshan Stadium in the capital and sat in an inconspicuous spot in the back row of the huge stadium. He looked down at the duel between the two Star Warriors from higher position. Top. Chapter 845. You're here, Jiang Xiaopi. A middle-aged man's voice sounded beside him. Huh. Jiang Shao looked away from the arena reluctantly and turned to look at the person beside him. Huh. Leader, good morning, Jiang Shao said with a chuckle as he stood up. Sit. Wu Ji pressed his hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and made him sit on the chair. Jiang Shao said, Leader, you're really well informed. I've only been here for a short while. Wu Ji waved his hand and said, What leader? Just call me Brother Wu. Clearly, both Jiang Shao and Wu Ji felt like they were on the same wavelength. Jiang Shao was the kind of person who would return the favor if others showed him respect. Wu Ji was not only the person in charge of the individual competition for the national team, but he was also a warrior of the original Wasteland Reclaimers. 2 years ago, when the Guardians of the Night summoned Jiang Shao to carry out a mission, Wu Ji let him go without hesitation. That wasn't a big deal. After all, it was an order from the higher-ups. The key was that Wu Ji's attitude in sending Jiang Shao off made Jiang Shao feel rather touched. There were plenty of leaders who would pout and act high and mighty just because they thought they had some power. Ordinary people wouldn't say things like, my comrade, come back alive. Of course, they had to say it to the right person. Jiang Shao and Wu Ji were clearly the same type of people. You've been watching her. How is it? Does she look familiar? Wu Ji asked with a smile as he looked at the competition below. At this moment, it was time for the final selection of the members of the national team for the individual competition, which was the final round of 9 out of 18. The selection of the members for the individual competition this time was not as fancy as the previous one. It was purely a 1v1. If you were impressive, you'd have to fight. If you couldn't, you'd have to step down. Nothing else mattered. Of course, compared to the cruel elimination system of the World Cup, the selection of a national team was more humane. If you lost one round, fine, I'll give you a chance to continue fighting in the loser's bracket. If you lost 2 rounds, fine, you're unlucky. Go to the remaining bracket and try again. If you lost 3 rounds, okay, bye. Jiang Shao nodded gently and said, She looks familiar. She looks way too familiar. Her only flaw is that she's prettier than me. Wu Ji, Jiang Shao looked at the girl with a buzz cut, only to see that she was holding a giant sword and suppressing a dojon like a mad dog. The Dojan could not retaliate at all and was in a tight spot. Such an overwhelming battle did not seem like the stage of the competition where the final contestants were about to be determined after layers of selection. Logically speaking, after entering the final stage, the strength of each team member should be about the same. As the main person in charge, Wu Ji was, of course, very clear about the students under his command. He had a thorough understanding of Jiang Shao and was aware of Jiang Zhao's mischievous nature. Hence, he was also trying his best to accept Jiang Zhao's way of chatting. Wu Ji paused and said, "Did you notice anything different?" Jiang Shao thought about it and asked with uncertainty, "Tell me the truth?" Wu Ji smiled and said, "Of course I have to tell the truth." Jiang Zhao's expression turned serious. After hesitating for a while, he said, "She used my giant blade technique as a foundation and built her foundation. But now, she has completely broken away from the Xia family blade technique and formed her own style. If I have to say who her master is, it's definitely not me. It should be Grimace Monk." Jiang Shao licked his lips as if he had seen a rare opponent. He looked eager and continued, "Layman will think that she's imitating me because there are fewer Star Warriors who use giant blades in China, and I'm more famous. Hence, when they see someone with a giant blade, they'll think that she's imitating me. In fact, her swordsmanship at this moment is not similar to mine at all. I don't know what her swordsmanship was like in the past, but in this competition, she's just using the same weapon as me." Hearing that, Wu Ji nodded thoughtfully. Although they were all warriors, they were all highly trained and had extraordinary foresight. However, Wu Ji was not an expert in the unique field of two-handed heavy cold weapons, especially in the field of the giant blade technique. Wu Ji asked, "Can you be more specific? Give me a conclusion that laymen can understand." Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "Compared to her, my swordsmanship can be considered very conservative. Her swordsmanship is purely for killing. Look at her every slanted action. Her real stage is definitely not the competition." Wu Ji said in a soft voice, "I have chatted with Qingxuan in private many times. Over the past few years, she has fought her way out in the company of many masked monks. It is impossible for her to change her style." "Change?" Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment and turned to look at Wu Ji. "Why should I change? Don't kill a warrior because of the competition." "Of course," Wu Ji said with a smile. "I didn't think too much about it in the past. I just wanted to reduce the casualties of the students. As you said, every opponent who has fought with her has completely lost the ability to fight. Fortunately, the medical staff of our preliminaries are very outstanding." Jiang Shao turned to look at the competition venue, only to see the nervous medical team outside the defensive shield. Wu Ji sighed and said, "She comes from a martial arts family in the Central Plains and has been practicing martial arts since she was a child. She's terrifyingly talented. Her parents were both melee fighters, and they were both fighters. Her family thought that she had the potential to become a melee star warrior, but they didn't expect her to really awaken a star map. However, it was a medical star map." Jiang Shao nodded and continued to listen. Since Wu Ji had started telling him the story, he reckoned that he should be doing something. Wu Ji continued, "During high school, she killed her own talent and became a mediocre medical assistant. She then became the commander of the team and stood at the back of the team to protect her team. Although she wasn't outstanding, she was qualified enough." Wu Ji put an arm around Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said, "Your appearance is like a savior to her." Jiang Shao scratched his head in embarrassment. Wu Ji said, "You don't have to be like this. I'm telling the truth. In 2017, a medical star warrior appeared out of nowhere and stood at the top of the world. At the same time, the appearance of this medical star warrior freed a group of medical star warriors who were bound by the rules and freed a group of warriors who were forcibly suppressing their talents." Jiang Shao was speechless. Wu Ji said, "Yi Qingxuan is just the most outstanding one. Do you know how many medical star warriors signed up for the national team's individual competition this year?" Jiang Shao thought to himself. "I've sinned," Wu Ji said helplessly. "There's nothing we can do about it. This is the education system of China. The rules of the college entrance examination and the training methods of the teachers are laid out clearly. Everyone knows what kind of training methods should be used to nurture certain types of professions. This is the rule and tradition. As he spoke, Jiang Shao leaned back slightly, and he couldn't help but smirk under the mask. It was because Jiang Shao saw a rather interesting scene. On the battlefield below, Yi Qingshun pierced her opponent's chest with her sword. That wasn't all. She subconsciously abandoned her sword, stepped forward, and swiped her right hand from the side of her thigh. The cold dagger was aimed at her opponent's Adam's apple. Huff! A gust of wind swept through, and Yi Qingshun was blown away. The medical team immediately stepped forward. Of course, the appearance of the gust of wind was also caused by the medical team. Someone like Yi Qingshun would never be the protagonist in a movie. Her opponent was already dead, yet she still wanted to stab him? She even wanted to slit his throat? If that's the case, how is the plot going to continue? Why don't you give the villain a chance? Why don't you let the villain shout something like, "I'll be back again"? Yi Qingshun's body's natural reactions. Is this a habit of hers from fighting with Grimace Monk? Wu Ji patted Jiang Zhao's back and said, "Let me see what's so different between the two of you." Jiang Zhao froze for a moment and turned to look at Wu Ji. Is this a personal request or a request from the leader? Wu Ji laughed heartily. The leader requested that your brother Wu put on airs with you today. If you defeat her, you'll be the captain of the national team. Jiang Shao looked troubled and said, I have to run on both ends. If I become the captain, however, Wu Ji interrupted him and said, let's beat her first. On the green field, the medical team carried the injured away and began to treat them frantically. Yi Qingshun wiped the blood off her face expressionlessly, picked up the giant sword that had fallen to the ground, and strode out of the green field. The students who were watching the battle kept a respectful distance from her, and some of them were even displeased with her. It was just a competition within the national team. Although there might be a life-and-death battle, there would definitely be a life-and-death battle whenever Yi Qingshun was on the field. Yi Qingshun knew that she wasn't well-liked by the others, but since she had chosen to take this path despite the pressure, she wouldn't change her style easily. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared behind Yi Qingshun. Yi Qingshun's eyes widened, and she subconsciously turned her body to kick backward. However, her extremely fast reaction and confident strike had kicked empty air. Yi Qingshun frowned and turned around, only to see a fully armed young man standing 10 meters away. The young man was dressed in a gaudy outfit, a hoodie with a bamboo bear graffiti on it, and a pair of sweatpants. He was also wearing a cap and a mask. Jiang Shao waved at the contestants in the spectator area and said in a muffled voice, "Cut the queue." When Jiang Shao waved his hand, he saw a few familiar faces, Wu Haoyang from the Northern Military Academy and Ing Shi from the Capital Star Warriors. He only knew the Year 3 students and reckoned that most of the others were Year 4 students. It seemed that those who could enter the national competition in high school had a high success rate. Let's meet again. Jiang Shao couldn't help but praise himself. You are? Yi Qingshun's shocked voice sounded from nearby. Jiang Shao smiled and nodded at her, but unfortunately, his smile was hidden behind a mask. He sized up his opponent at a close distance and couldn't help but nod in approval. She was tall and had long limbs. She was a physical talent that could be seen by the naked eye. It would be a waste of her body if she didn't engage in melee combat. Besides, her exquisite face was worthy of her fairy-like name. If she had long hair and wore a long robe, she would probably be very beautiful. After sizing up his opponent, Jiang Shao turned around and gestured to a giant sword that was leaning against the seat in the third row. It should be Yi Qingshun's backup weapon. He said, Niu Yang, toss that giant sword over to me. The audience looked at each other in confusion, not knowing who Jiang Shao was calling. A few seconds passed, but no one moved. Some of the students were displeased and thought, where did this jerk come from? Is he scolding us? Is he calling us cows and sheep? Jiang Shao said to Wu Haoyang, Okay. Beast, hurry up and throw the sword over. Awkward silence. Wu Haoyang's face turned sullen, and he stood up, walked over quickly, picked up the giant's sword and threw it over from afar. Jiang Shao turned his body sideways and reached out to grab the handle of the giant's sword that was stabbing towards him. He then blocked Wu Haoyang's attack that was filled with resentment. The contestants in the audience began to discuss among themselves when they saw Jiang Zhao's actions. Damn it, is he? God Pai. It's really him? The more I look at his figure, the more he looks like him. Oh, Li Gui has met Li Kui today. Huh. Finally, someone can teach that crazy woman a lesson. On the green field, Jiang Shao swung his sword and looked at the giant steel sword. He weighed it up and down to test its weight. It felt good. 10 meters away, Yi Qingshun lowered his head slightly and fiddled with his blood-stained fingers. He seemed to be a little nervous as he said softly, Pai, God Pai, hello. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Yi Qingshun, why are you being so shy with me? You just King killed a person. All right. It's not considered killing if you can save him. But look at you. The scene in front of him was beyond Jiang Zhao's imagination. He initially thought that someone who had been in seclusion for more than 2 years and fought his way out of the masked monk would be abnormal. At the very least, he should be a little sick, right? You're cold, arrogant, autistic. You can't do anything you want. I'm ready to fight you. But you're acting like a shy fangirl with me? What's going on? Why are you so resilient? I fought my way out of the white ghouls, but I still look like I'm dead. Why are you still so mentally healthy after fighting your way out of the masked monk? Shouldn't you be the same as the ghost-faced monk, smiling sinisterly? Jiang Shao pointed the giant sword at Yi Qingshun from afar and said, Come. Yi Qingshun bit his lips. Beneath his neat and tidy buzz cut was a delicate and handsome face that was stained with blood. The scene was a little strange. She stared at Jiang Shao with her beautiful eyes. Perhaps because she was nervous, her Mandarin just now had a bit of local accent. Are you going to hit me or not? I have something to talk to you about. Some people are goddesses when they don't speak. Jiang Shao scratched his head and mimicked her accent. He said in a half-baked Central Plains Chinese, what are you doing? Yi Qingshun was speechless. A chapter of 4,000 words. Please give me some tickets, top. Chapter 846. Yi Qingshun sighed deeply with a solemn expression and seemed to have returned to her battle state. She gently stroked her buzz cut with her blood-stained palm and slowly picked up her giant sword. She then pointed it at Jiang Shao in an almost identical posture. Come. She switched back to Mandarin. How boring. Jiang Shao pursed his lips, dragged the giant sword behind him, and got into a horse stance. The referee had clearly received instructions from his leader. He raised the small flag high and whistled. Beep, beep. At the instant the small flag landed, Jiang Shao and Yi Qingshun leaped to the side in exactly the same manner. Almost at the same time, 2 beams of light brushed past their shoulders and landed on the lawn. Whoosh. Whoosh. At the next second, the 2 of them swapped positions and teleported out of loneliness. They each held a giant sword in their hands, but they missed their target. He waved his hand. Bang. Bang. 2 shots of sound of silence were thrown out, and both of them stiffened. This time, it was finally different. Jiang Shao had specially adjusted the sound of silence to platinum quality while Yi Qingshun was using the regular gold quality sound of silence. Tisk TSK. Is it real or fake? Lu Yang muttered softly. Ing Shi, who was also his schoolmate, nodded and said, It's too similar. Even the opening moves are exactly the same. On the green field, Jiang Shao charged out first while Yi Qingshun caught up with him. This time, neither of them used any star techniques and fought head-on. Screech. The 2 giant swords that were wrapped in rich star power intertwined with each other, and sparks were produced. The scene was rather beautiful. Their faces were extremely close to each other, and Yi Qingshun smirked. Her smile was indeed similar to that of the grimace monk. Jiang Shao bared his teeth and wanted to imitate the white ghoul. Unfortunately, the mask restricted him from doing so. Yi Qingshun was really ferocious. Even though she was facing Jiang Shao, she did not intend to defend herself at all. After testing Jiang Zhao's strength with her sword, she took a step forward and swung her sword upwards. Jiang Shao tilted his body and dodged the giant sword. At the same time, he had already adjusted his grip on the giant sword and swung it horizontally. Whoosh! I Ching-chen's body flickered. Miraculous! This caused the audience to exclaim in surprise. Flashing, she dodged the giant blade that was sweeping toward her. While in midair, she took advantage of the momentum and slashed downwards. Due to the exertion of all her strength, her two long legs were lifted up into the air. It was simply a movement of rhythmic gymnastics. However, Jiang Shao had no intention of dodging at all. A green glow flowed around Jiang Zhao's shoulder, and I Ching-chen's giant blade was sent flying the moment it came into contact with Jiang Zhao's shoulder. I Ching-chen uttered a soft nasal sound as his body flickered again. On the other hand, Jiang Zhao's movements were extremely coherent. The green glow on his shoulder resisted the giant blade, and in the next movement, he moved his palm upwards and threw the giant blade in his hand away. The rapidly spinning giant blade pierced towards the giant blade that had been blown away in the sky. I Ching-chen's figure flickered like a ghost as he grabbed the giant blade that had been knocked flying through the air. With a ping sound, the spinning giant blade arrived on time and stabbed into I Ching-chen's forehead. Bang! This time the audience below really exploded. That's too fast. Damn it, is this a fight between immortals? With two supports, they managed to make it look like a horror movie. At the side, Liu Yang gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it." Prediction? Ding. Under the huge force, I Ching-chen's head tilted to the side and the giant blade brushed against her forehead, causing sparks to fly and the sound of metal colliding could be heard. Yes, I Ching-chen did not have any star techniques, but she had body of steel, which was more functional. I Ching-chen's figure flickered again, and she landed 20 meters away from Jiang Shao. She rubbed her forehead with a sullen expression. Jiang Shao raised his hand to catch it and put away the giant sword. He then turned to look at I Ching-chen and said, "Again." Sexy Jiang Shao online teaching. I Ching-chen knew very well that since Jiang Shao had already predicted where she would appear, Jiang Shao could totally use blessing on her. However, Jiang Shao did not. I Ching-chen clenched the giant blade in her hand and lowered her head to ponder for a while. She suddenly said, "You can't break my defense." While speaking, I Ching-chen looked up at the sky and saw that it was clear. It was as if she felt that Jiang Shao could only end the battle by crying. "I can't break your defense? If I were to use my blade just now, I wonder if your body of steel would be able to withstand it." Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders and spread his arms, after which he gestured at I Ching-chen. "Come on, Missy. I'll let you know today how I can defeat you by not crying." I Ching-chen shook her head from side to side, and the crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard. Then, a shadow emerged from behind her. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. That shadow was clearly different from ordinary shadows. If he wanted to use the gold quality star technique, Shadow Pursuit, the shadows that were spread out would be rather stiff and stiff. They would run to various places according to the master's will, so that the master could use them when shuttling. However, I Ching-chen's shadow's fighting posture and gait were exactly the same as I Ching-chen's. Is this the shadow version of I Ching-chen? Besides, I Ching-chen already had a teleportation star technique. If she were to learn the star technique, the functions would overlap. Hence, the shadow couldn't possibly be the star technique of shadow summoning. It should be the star technique of the fallen shadow master from the shadow domain dimensional space of Tianjin/Yin Zhao. The star bead contained 3 star techniques: Shadow Apprentice, brass quality; Shadow Warrior, silver quality; and Shadow Master, gold quality. They were all summoning star techniques that allowed one to condense star power and summon a powerful shadow to assist in battle. The summoned shadow would possess a certain level of strength according to the quality of the summoner. In other words, the shadow was not the shadow of others, but the shadow of the summoner. The strength that the shadow could exert in the end depended entirely on the summoner. The Shadow Apprentice could exert 20% of the strength of the summoner. The Shadow Warrior could exert 40% of the strength of the summoner, and the Shadow Master could exert 60% of the summoner's strength. Given I Ching-chen's advanced galaxy realm, the Shadow Master that he summoned should be at the advanced nebula realm. So, why did she summon the Shadow? Gift. The gold quality Shadow Master could use the summoner's star techniques of silver quality and below. Hence, the shadow that this chick summoned should be a functional shadow. What star techniques does she have that are of silver quality and below? While Jiang Shao was thinking about it, he suddenly realized that the shadow had raised its hand and cast a ray of blessing. As soon as the shadow raised its hand, Jiang Shao felt that something was amiss. His body hurriedly flickered, and he narrowly dodged the Shadow Master's blessing. Damn it! Did she summon a small cannon? Jiang Shao immediately smashed the Shadow Master with a sound of silence. Unfortunately, the summoned creature could not be destroyed by the sound of silence domain. Just like Jiang Zhao's decoy, it could enter and exit the sound of silence domain freely. It was impossible for it to be destroyed. If it was destroyed, it would not be because of the sound of silence effect, but because of the painful strike effect of the sound of silence star technique. Jiang Shao couldn't help but grin and think, damn it, you're competing with me in summoning creatures? Do you believe that I'll summon all 3 of my decoy? You don't have to summon all 3 of them. You'll be dumbfounded if I summon just one. However, Jiang Zhao's decoy all had important matters to attend to. Hence, he couldn't summon them back, nor could he show off his decoy star technique. Among them, the sparring skin was training hard with Second Last and improving his giant sword technique in actual combat. Another, Gardener skin, was accompanying the buzzing whale to explore the border of the Calamity World. There was also an explorer skin in the alien sphere that was in the form of a crow and standing on top of the blind lady's head, sizing up the surroundings with its lonely eyes on the green field. Jiang Shao was multitasking, controlling I Ching-chen's Shadow Master with the sound of silence domain while facing I Ching-chen's sword. Whoosh! I Ching-chen's sword was once again dodged by Jiang Zhao's ghostly figure. Jiang Shao, hi! I Ching-chen's gentle voice stiffened, and he stared at Jiang Shao while wielding his giant sword, as if he was looking at a grimacing monk. He was filled with murderous intent and had completely forgotten about Jiang Zhao's status as an idol. Jiang Shao wanted to retort in his native accent, "What are you looking at?" However, Jiang Shao didn't say anything because I Ching-chen was really decisive. She threw a sound of silence at the feet of the 2 of them. I want melee combat. I want a bayonet fight. If I get rid of the sun, I'll be the only light. If I get rid of Jiang Xiaopi, I'll be the 9-star toxic healer. In the gold quality sound of silence domain, there was no such thing as confinement. Jiang Shao and I Ching-chen were having a lot of fun killing each other. Compared to Jiang Zhao's attacks, I Ching-chen's giant blade technique was clearly more detailed. Every move was a killing move, and every slash was aimed at taking Jiang Zhao's life. She's indeed a woman who fought her way out of the grimacing monk. Great. Very strong. I, Jiang Shao, approve of you using a couple's head with me. However, at the same time, Jiang Shao noticed every single one of her subtle movements and tendencies, which became the standard for his prediction. I, Jiang Shao, am a man who fought my way out of the white ghouls. Of course, the white ghouls weren't on the same level as the grimacing monk, but they had the advantage in numbers. At that time, Jiang Shao was surrounded by white ghouls from all directions. The 2 of them had a 50-50 chance of winning, which was more exciting than any martial arts movie. As for why it was 50-50, it was because outside the sound of silence domain, there was a Shadow Master who transformed into a blessed cannon and constantly harassed Jiang Shao. The crowd was mesmerized by the fight and finally realized the difference between the 2 of them. Compared to I Ching-chen, Jiang Zhao's giant sword technique, which should have been described as fancy, seemed much more normal. I Ching-chen's swordsmanship was really fierce and ruthless. In fact, it was very sinister. Although he had a delicate face that exuded a fairy-like aura, he was terrifyingly unscrupulous. He was never stingy with his despicable methods. Jiang Shao wondered if he had learned it from the grimacing monk. As long as he could kill his opponent, he would do anything. Jiang Shao almost cursed it out loud, but she was too pretty, and he couldn't bear to curse at her. Well, I'd better not curse at her. I'll just kill her. The moment the sound of Silence Domain disappeared, a red glow flickered on Yi Qingxin's elbow. It was extremely well hidden, and he stepped forward to attack Jiang Zhao's chest. Jiang Shao took a small step back, but Yi Qingxin was not going to let him go. His attacks were relentless, and his giant blade slashed down again. Now's the time. Jiang Shao grabbed the giant sword that was slashing down and pulled it back forcefully, catching the sword with his bare hands. No, not only did he catch the sword with his bare hands, but he also used blessing with his bare hands. Whoosh! The Shadow Master's blessed light beam landed, and Yi Qingxin, who was leaning forward while Jiang Shao grabbed the sword, was accurately hit by the Shadow Master's blessed light beam. Yi Qingxin and the Shadow Master were supposed to cooperate, but they ended up benefiting Jiang Shao instead. It appeared. Holy light shampoo. Even Goddess Yin wouldn't dare to do that. Wow. Amazing. Damn. I was wondering why Goddess Pai didn't control the Shadow Master. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Shao threw a sound of silence at the Shadow Master's feet. He didn't even raise his head. Facing the back of the young lady, Jiang Shao abandoned his giant sword and clenched his fists. Boom! His fist was covered in green glow, and it landed on the back of Yi Qingxin's head. Jiang Shao even specially adjusted the quality of green glow and used only gold quality. However, the repulsive and powerful effects of gold quality were more than enough. Yi Qingxin's buzz-cut head was smashed into the ground, and he fell headfirst onto the ground with a loud bang. The turf exploded and soil flew everywhere. There was even a pit in the green field. Damn it! Lu Yang grabbed Ying Shi with his left hand and Wu Haoyang with his right. He leaned back violently. This is so satisfying. Jiang Zapi. Awesome. Jiang Shao raised his hand and cast another blessing on Yi Qingxin's body. He reached out and grabbed her long leg before pulling her out of the ground. Yi Qingxin's body did not fall to the ground due to Jiang Zhao's forceful pull. Instead, she flew up to Jiang Zhao's waist. Jiang Zapi also clenched his fists again. His target was still the same. Back of the head, go away, oh boom. If I plant such a beautiful young lady, I'll be able to harvest a lot in autumn, right? Beep, beep, beep. The referee hurriedly blew the whistle. I can't break her defense. If this goes on, I'm really going to break her defense. Second Last had once used her star technique, Sharp Claws, to smash open the heads of the mercenaries of the Russian Federation. If Jiang Zhao's green glow did not have the repulsive and powerful effects, Yi Qingxin's head would probably have been smashed open. Of course, Jiang Shao knew that he had good control over his strength and fire. Hence, he couldn't really smash her head open. He looked up at the referee, chuckled, and took a step back. Not far away, the Shadow Master shattered quietly, seemingly announcing that Yi Qingxin had completely fainted. Ring, 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 Bell shuttled back and forth between the two of them. Jiang Shao gave Bell enough space to jump. After Bell jumped a few times, he stepped forward, grabbed Yi Qingxin's ankle, and pulled her out of the ground again. Jiang Shao turned around and looked at the highest and farthest audience, only to see that Wu Ji was standing and watching the battle. Jiang Shao waved his hand at Wu Ji, his smiling eyes hidden under his hood and cap. Now, you know the difference between me and her, right? I'm an all-rounder. Not only can I fight, but I can also farm. 4,200 words. I hope everyone has a good time reading it. Please vote for The Little Toxic Healer. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 847. On the green field, the duels were still going on. Jiang Shao returned to Wu Ji's side and continued to watch the competition with him. He also watched as Ying Shi lost the competition and stopped in the last round. He would not be able to participate in the World Cup. The person who defeated Ying Shi was also a Rules Awakened from the West Sea Starway University. He was in his 4th year and was at the peak of the galaxy realm. His star techniques were based on the land of West Sea Province and were extremely unique. The combination of the rock and water mist star techniques was exceptionally perfect, making Jiang Shao exclaim in amazement. Yao Cheng Wang. Very good. I'll remember your name. What a great name. Ingshi was smashed to smithereens. He was just short of pasting a note on the mountain. There was one less third-year student and one less student from a traditional elite school, this young man. Jiang Shao looked at the next advancement match and saw a slender, handsome young man. But this young man's appearance seemed a little, Wu Ji said with a smile. You pay too little attention to your teammates. This is an extraordinary genius from Kainan Star Wu University, the pride of the Ni tribe. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, Xiaoman? Wu Ji nodded and said, Yes, ethereal. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and asked in his Beijing accent, What do you mean? Meow meow. A gentle voice came from beside her. Jiang Shao turned around, only to see that Yi Qingchun had arrived at the last row. Her face was slightly flushed, and she seemed a little shy, but she still sat beside Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao grinned and asked, What's his name? Wu Ji explained, His tribe has their own language and script. This is the Chinese name he gave himself. Jiang Shao scratched his head and looked at the tall and handsome young man. He murmured, This name sounds like a Xinxia. Wu Ji said, Everyone has their own story. Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment and saw Brother Ethereal pulling out a long sword out of thin air. There were also butterflies circling around the sword, and one of them even landed on his fair and slender fingers, flapping its wings slowly. Yi Qingchun said softly, There were people who doubted his name, and there were also some who mocked and ridiculed him. Those few matches were very exciting. Huh? Jiang Shao looked at Yi Qingchun and asked, Tell me more about it. Yi Qingchun glanced at Wu Ji, but she didn't seem to have any scruples. She seemed to be bashful only because of Jiang Shao. That was during the initial selection phase. Yi Qingchun recalled and said, Some of the students might be strong enough, but their character was not good enough to be on the national team. Those 3 students went from ridiculing each other to insulting each other to insulting each other. In the end, they got into a fight but were defeated by Ethereal 1v1, 1v2, and finally 1v3. Jiang Shao was a little shocked. Since he could make it to the national team, his individual strength was definitely not to be doubted. Yet, not only did Brother Ethereal take turns to fight him, he even won in a 1v3. Yi Qingchun continued, Misty Mist has its own language. His Chinese is not fluent, and the way he speaks is also very unique. Jiang Shao asked, Yi Qingchun pointed at Misty Mist, who was surrounded by butterflies, and said, after he won, he pointed his sword at everyone and announced his name. Yi Qingchun smiled and said, The Shitsong Mountain nurture my soul, and the East Arai Lake nourish my body. I'm from Kainan Province, and I come from the Butterfly Spring. My name is Ethereal. I'm a member of the 2019 Chinese national team. Wow, Jiang Shao couldn't help but feel a little speechless. The way this person spoke was indeed interesting. Yi Qingchun said, although it was still during the initial selection phase, no one doubted his identity as a future member of the national team. Everyone remembered his name. Jiang Shao nodded silently and thought to himself, It's indeed China. Those who can make it to the national team and become a member have their own characteristics. They're all the elites of the elites. Jiang Shao watched the competition quietly and watched as the butterflies danced in the air. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at the elegant young man. Ethereal won cleanly and finally secured a spot in the national team. Jiang Shao heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at Yi Qingchun. What do you want to say? Yi Qingchun lowered his head slightly and stirred his long and slender fingers. He said hesitantly, Jiang Shao blinked and said, If you're nervous, you can speak in your native language. I can roughly understand what you mean. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingchun turned around and rolled his eyes at Jiang Shao. He said softly, Thank you for opening up a path for people like us. At the side, Wu Ji smiled, seemingly having expected such a conversation. Feeling a little embarrassed, Jiang Shao frantically said, You flatter me, you flatter me. I really didn't think too much about it, nor did I think that the impact would be so great. Since I'm already on the field, I'm just trying my best to win. You? Ichinchin thought about it and lowered his head again. His voice became softer and softer. You won't blame me for secretly learning your swordsmanship, right? How can that be? Jiang Xiao waved his hand and comforted Yi Qingchun with a smile. More and more people are paying attention to their skills and are no longer just focusing on their star techniques. I made a huge contribution. Besides, you don't have to feel burdened. Regardless of whether you secretly learned the swordsmanship from me or not, your swordsmanship is now completely different from mine. Yi Qingchun said, You can tell. Of course, you can tell. Jiang Xiao said, Don't change your style. I'm very sure that your future stage will not be on the battlefield. Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, To be honest, I heard that you fought your way out of the Grimace Monk. I thought you would be a gloomy and cold person, but I didn't expect you to be able to maintain such a good mental state. By the way, do you have any secrets? Yi Qingqin turned to look at Jiang Xiao and asked, Jiang Xiao pointed at his heart and said, The secret to maintaining a healthy mental state. You'll definitely lose yourself if you kill for a long time. Yes, Yi Qingqin nodded. In this regard, she seemed to have similar experiences as Jiang Xiao. There was a period of time when I was in pain and numb. The words pain and numb actually appear in the same sentence. Most importantly, Jiang Xiao didn't think that it was a wrong sentence. Yi Qingchun said softly, Later on, I learned to bless myself. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Yi Qingchun said, You also have a silver blessing. You know, it can not only nourish your body and mind, but it can also greatly soothe your emotions and make you feel the beauty of life. Jiang Xiao nodded thoughtfully and said, Yeah, that's right. After I kill, I will occasionally give myself a blessing. Do you know, there was once when I gave a blessing to a black flame demon. It felt that life was too wonderful and it couldn't take it anymore, so it committed suicide. Upon hearing Jiang Zhao's approval, Yi Qingqin became much more excited. Right. Looking at Yi Qingqun's eagerness for approval, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Xiao didn't quite understand why a confident and determined star warrior like her would be so eager to gain the approval of another star warrior. That might be the result of special circumstances. In any case, Jiang Xiao would never call himself master in front of Yi Qingqin. However, Yi Qingqun, who stripped Jiang Xiao of his giant blade technique and used it as a foundation to practice swordsmanship, seemed to have a series of complicated emotions towards Jiang Xiao, such as teacher and idol. Most importantly, the first thing she said to Jiang Xiao was to thank him for opening up a path for star warriors like her. Wu Ji had just said that Jiang Xiao, who appeared out of nowhere, was the savior of a certain group of people because his appearance freed a group of people who were bound by the rules. Judging from Yi Qingqin's performance, Wu Ji's point of view had already been verified. Looking at the cautious Yi Qingqin, Jiang Xiao patted Yi Qingqin's shoulder and said, Work hard. Make it through a few more rounds, and people will say that it's the Doomsday World Cup. It doesn't matter if it's the Doomsday World Cup or not. In such a special period of time, every victory and every wonderful performance will have a positive impact on the people. At the side, Wu Ji couldn't help but sigh softly when she heard Jiang Zhao's words. They were at different heights and had different perspectives. Some of the kids were thinking about winning and fighting bravely. That was understandable, and it was the right mentality to have. Jiang Xiao, who was beside him, was thinking about something else, perhaps because he was a member of the Guardians of the Night. He was thinking about what fighting would bring to society. If you don't become the captain, who will? Looking at Jiang Xiao and Yi Qingqin whispering to each other, Wu Ji's impression of Yi Qingqin changed greatly. In fact, it could even be described as unexpected. The expressionless, loner, and ruthless star warrior who was never willing to show any emotions was actually so talkative and full of emotions. Her heart was also so gentle. Wu Haoyang. As they chatted, Jiang Xiao sighed and covered his head with one hand. Gone. The cows and sheep are gone. I can't even afford to eat pork anymore, and the cows and sheep still have to go. Another year 3 student is gone, and another guy that I know is gone. Wu Haoyang from the Northern Military Academy encountered Li Xian from the Xiangnan Military Academy. How am I going to fight? Wu Haoyang is very strong, Yi Qingchen suddenly said softly. Jiang Xiao froze for a moment. Of course, his memory of Wu Haoyang was still stuck in high school. Wu Haoyang had grown a lot in the past 4 years in the Northern Military Academy. Yes, that should be the case. Otherwise, Wu Haoyang wouldn't have been able to make it to the last round. However, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Although Li Xian wasn't very famous, he was from the Xiangnan Military Academy and should be a demon, right? In the end, Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Wu Haoyang, who was holding the Green Dragon Crescent Moonblade, actually propped up his body of Star Force. He looked like a gigantic second master who had descended to the world. The audience below almost went up to the stage to fight him. Fortunately, there were staff members below who were using auxiliary star techniques to help everyone calm down and clear their minds. Otherwise, it would really be a group fight. Li Xian, who was opposite Wu Haoyang, was enraged by the battle cries. As the rules awakened, Li Xian actually fought Wu Haoyang head-on. His star technique was restrained. It was a perfect display of a functional star technique. Under normal circumstances, star warriors who could make it to this stage would already have their own system. However, Wu Haoyang's battle cries could not be purified, and Li Xian seemed to really lack a star technique that could soothe one's mind and clear one's mind. In a frenzy, Li Xian did not dodge at all. Instead, he frantically smashed Wu Haoyang with his star technique and allowed Wu Haoyang to approach him. Then, there was no then, the result was obvious. The melee mage, who was in a frenzy of killing and didn't dodge, smashed Wu Haoyang's huge body of star power full of holes, but was still slammed into the turf by Wu Haoyang's huge green dragon crescent blade. Li Xian vomited a mouthful of blood and his bones were almost crushed by Wu Haoyang's star power feat. Damn it! Cows and sheep. That's awesome. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but stand up and exclaim in a muffled voice. Shut up. Second Master Wu pointed his star power crescent moon sword at the toxic healer, who was yelling in the back row. What are you yelling about? Are you asking for a beating? Jiang Xiao pursed his lips after being reprimanded. Before he could say anything, Yi Qingchen, who was beside him, stood up abruptly and picked up the giant sword beside her. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Yi Qingchen seems to think highly of me, doesn't she? My master, my idol, and my savior have been scolded, and my fangirl is going to retaliate? Jiang Xiao was taken aback and hurriedly pulled Yi Qingchen back to her seat. Calm down, calm down. We're just joking. Jiang Xiao wanted to soothe her chest and soothe her resentment. Jiang Xiao hesitated for a moment and decided to forget it. Chapter 848. Oh, I know this one. I've followed her before. Zheng something? Jiang Xiao looked at the next female soldier and hurriedly changed the topic. Zheng Xiao, you followed her before? Yi Qingchen asked. Jiang Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Since they were teammates, he hoped that Yi Qingchen wouldn't get into a fight with Wu Haoyang. Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, This is the real Xiangnan Soldier King, the main contestant of the Xiangnan Military Academy, right? Yi Qingchen asked in bewilderment. How did you follow her? The students of the Xiangnan Military Academy have always kept a low profile, and they never accept any interviews. Jiang Xiao said, The national team tagged me on Weibo previously, so I clicked on it to take a look. There was a comment from the official Weibo of the Xiangnan Military Academy, and I clicked on it to see a photo. I don't have much of an impression of Li Xian, but this Zheng Xiao has a bigger photo than her teammates. At the side, Wu Ji said, That's her masterpiece too. Jiang Xiao asked, What do you mean? Wu Ji said, She's also a medical support. If it weren't for you, do you think a traditionally strong school like the Xiangnan Military Academy would send a medical support to participate in the individual competition? Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. As they spoke, the female soldier had already erected a tombstone. That was not all. The eyes of the female soldier named Zheng Xiao were bloodshot, and dark clouds gathered in the sky. In a split second, the contestants sitting in the first two rows of the auditorium all stood up and ran to the back. This gymnasium was built to be semi-open, and the roof above was not sealed off. Probably starting from the fifth row of the auditorium, there was a roof above to block out the rain. Jiang Shao asked with a stunned expression, "Tears of sorrow?" Wu Ji nodded and said, "Yes, she's a true warrior. She deals 1,000 blows to the enemy and 800 blows to herself. However, no matter who her opponent is, she will be able to persevere with her strong willpower and character. Usually, her opponent will break down first." Jiang Shao said, "That tombstone." Before Jiang Shao could finish his sentence, he lost his voice. At the same time, in room 701, Jiangbin City, Beijiang Province. Second last wiped her sweat with a towel and held her mobile phone with the other. She then turned around and looked at Jiang Shao, who was standing at the door. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's face was full of shock, and he seemed to be in disbelief. "Now, it's only the beginning of May. Didn't the higher-ups say that you have a year to prepare? How long has it been? For months? The higher-ups have always told me to be on standby, not to wait for a year." Second last looked down at her mobile phone and carefully read the message on it. She continued, "Maybe it's because of that phone call last time, or maybe it's because of the other teams." Halfway through a sentence, second last stopped talking. Jiang Shao pursed his lips, knowing what second last meant. He changed the topic at the right time. "When do the higher-ups want us to go?" Second last said, "Let's meet at the agreed place in 3 days. Are you done?" Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "It's done for now. I'll apply for leave. It won't be a problem." "No, you don't have to apply for leave. You don't have to explain anything to anyone either. I'll get the Guardians of the Night to explain the situation to the national team." "All right." Jiang Shao thought about it and continued. Then, little Jiang Shu, second last, said, "Since you've already promised her, bring her along. You guys wait at the hotel. Someone will pick you up." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "We can teleport back." "No, you can come back with the team and get to know the 2 new members better during the limited time you have." Second last waved her hand and continued, "I need to make a few phone calls. Go and prepare breakfast first. Don't disturb me." "Oh." Jiang Shao pursed his lips. The 2 of them had been fighting since the morning, and they didn't even have breakfast. If it weren't for Jiang Shao calling for them to stop, second last would probably not even want to eat lunch. She was just like an Iron Man. In the stadium of the capital, Jiang Shao turned to look at Wu Ji and said, "Brother Wu, I'll go back first." "Go back? Aren't you going to observe your teammates?" Wu Ji looked up at the sky and said, "No matter what, you have to wait until the rain stops, right?" "It's okay. I'll teleport back. I'll just teleport a few more times and give a few more blessings." Jiang Shao smiled and turned around to look at Yi Qingchen. He then patted Yi Qingchen's shoulder and said, "Yi Qingchen, I have a mission for you." Yi Qingchen looked at Jiang Shao in bewilderment and said, "Just call me Qingchen." "Okay, Qingchen." Jiang Shao gestured at the green venue and said, "If nothing goes wrong, you guys will be holding a ranking competition. You have to come in first." Yi Qingchen immediately nodded and said with great confidence, "No problem. Do you have any other requests?" Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "You came in first and I defeated you just now. In this case, I should be the first in the ranking competition. Wouldn't I be the captain of the national team then?" Yi Qingchen was speechless. Looking at Yi Qingchen's peculiar expression, Jiang Shao couldn't help but rub her buzz-cut hair. It was no wonder that people liked to rub his head. It felt really good. But then again, why didn't I feel anything when I touched my head? Jiang Shao rubbed Yi Qingchen's buzz-cut hair and continued to encourage her. "Come on, I might not participate in the training. See you at the World Cup." Without waiting for anyone to respond, Jiang Zhao's body flickered and disappeared without a trace. The advancement round of the individual competition was in full swing, and the team competition was equally intense. The team of examiners was still seriously screening the teams and studying the combinations of the members in order to try to find a way to create chemistry between the students. Jiang Shao suddenly appeared in the audience and looked around before sneaking to the back of the team of examiners. He then approached the team of 3 assistant examiners. Gu Shi, and who had a perception-type star technique, was clearly the first to notice Jiang Shao. He turned around to look at Jiang Shao and greeted him. Jiang Shao gestured to Han Jiangxue. Gu Shi raised his eyebrows slightly and then reached out to pat Han Jiangxue's back. Huh? Han Jiangxue turned around and looked at Gu Shi and in bewilderment. She then looked in the direction of his finger and saw that Jiang Shao was waving at her. Han Jiangxue stood up and was about to walk towards Jiang Shao when Xia Yin stood up too. However, Han Jiangxue pressed her shoulder down and pressed her down onto the chair. Xia Yin pursed her lips and turned around angrily to look at the green field again with a look of grievance on her face. "What's the matter?" Han Jiangxue asked with concern as she walked towards Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao led Han Jiangxue toward the exit while whispering, "The Guardians of the Night have given us a mission. We have to gather at the designated location within 3 days. Second Last asked us to keep quiet and return to the hotel now. Someone will come to pick us up." "Okay." Han Jiangxue subconsciously turned around and looked at Xia Yin and Gu Shi, and who were seated behind the team of examiners. Jiang Shao suddenly said with a smile, "If we come back alive, we can participate in the competition with them. That's a good motivation, isn't it?" Just as Fu Hei had said, Jiang Shao had indeed mastered the profession of a star warrior soldier to the point of joking about the life and death mission. Han Jiangxue wasn't in the mood to joke around. She bit her thin lips and looked at Xia Yin with a complicated expression. After staying silent for a while, she waved at Xia Yin. Indeed, Xia Yin, who seemed to be watching the battle, had actually been secretly watching them. Upon sight of Han Jiangxue waving at her, Xia Yin scurried over. Jiang Shao took a few steps back and gave the two of them plenty of private space. He knew that Xia Yin wouldn't go to the Dragon Cave because she wasn't powerful enough or powerful enough. More than 10 minutes later, Xia Yin walked back to the audience in a daze with a dejected look on her face. She sat down in her seat in frustration and rested her chin on one hand while kicking the seat in front of her angrily. Jiang Shao turned around and saw that Han Jiangxue was walking towards him, only to realize that she looked equally sullen. "I lied," Han Jiangxue said. Jiang Shao was speechless. Han Jiangxue said, "She knows that I'm a volunteer soldier of the Guardians of the Night. I told her that the Guardians of the Night have summoned us to the northwest to carry out a mission and that she's not one of them." Jiang Shao didn't know how to comfort Han Jiangxue. After some thought, he followed Han Jiangxue out of the stadium. After a while, he said, "Welcome to the world of adults." Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao said, "Only adults will lie to children. Children who lie will have their noses grow longer, and those who lie will be eaten by wolves. Tell children not to lie." Han Jiangxue was speechless. Jiang Shao scratched his head and continued, "You've started lying. It proves that you've grown up." "Enough." Han Jiangxue glared at Jiang Shao and thought, "What kind of comforting tactic is this? I might as well not comfort her." Jiang Shao put his arm around Han Jiangxue's shoulder and walked out. He finally said something sensible. "Don't worry, I'm here. We'll come back safely." Han Jiangxue slowly heaved a sigh of relief and said softly, "Thank you for telling me the truth about the mission." Jiang Shao asked in bewilderment, "Huh?" Han Jiangxue sighed and said, "I've made my choice and decision, but you're still the one who receives the information. If you don't want me to go, you can totally hide it from me." Jiang Shao smacked his head and said with a look of sudden realization, "Oh yeah, how could I have forgotten about that? Why don't you go back and watch the competition? We'll pretend that nothing happened." Han Jiangxue's eyes were filled with a hint of rebuke as she nudged Jiang Shao gently with her elbow. The two of them were bickering, but it also diluted the solemn atmosphere of the life and death mission. In May 2019, it was the 7th year since the disappearance of the Han family couple. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue finally followed the footsteps of the Han family couple and were about to embark on the path that they had once taken. Jiang Shao had no idea what would be waiting for them in the future. They would forge ahead first. The rest would be discussed later. Chapter 849. At night, in a military camp on the outskirts of the capital, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue stood in the airport, quietly waiting for a small military transport plane to land. As the military plane landed and glided forward, the strong wind blew at Han Jiangxue's long, black hair, which fluttered in the night sky, revealing her charming face. It was her first time carrying out a mission for the Guardians of the Night, but she didn't expect it to be of such an extreme difficulty. The small transport plane slowly came to a stop, and the hatch at the rear slowly opened. A few Guardians of the Night dressed in black military uniforms walked out and stood at the hatch. They then waved at the siblings who were not far away. Jiang Shao strode over with Han Jiangxue. What entered Shao Qin's eyes was an army of tigers and wolves. Every single person here was famous. When these people gathered together, they were simply synonymous with the word apocalypse. Under everyone's gaze, Han Jiangxue's expressionless face became even colder. In fact, everyone understood that it was her camouflage. "Hey, Deputy Commander Jiang, you're still dressed in fancy clothes?" In the cabin, a man with a ponytail looked at Jiang Shao lazily and grinned, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Commander Fu?" Jiang Shao was still wearing a gaudy bamboo bear hoodie, a cap, and a mask. He looked at Fu Hei and teased him with a smile. "I heard that you've been given the title of High Official by our great Commander Wan." Hearing this, Fu Hei's face turned sullen, and he subconsciously looked in a certain direction. Clearly, he was looking at the person with the codename Low Official. There was a silent man there. His skin was a healthy bronze color, and his eyes were as sharp as a blade. He was mighty and majestic, and he had an austere aura around him. He was a typical man from the Northwest. Seeing that Jiang Shao was looking over, the man suddenly saluted Jiang Shao and said sternly, "Commander Jiang." Jiang Shao hurriedly returned the greeting and put down his hand. The other party finally put down his hand. Jiang Shao took off his cap and mask and said to the man, "I'm just an assistant and second-last soldier. You must be Li Yishu." Li Yishu's voice was sonorous and powerful. "Yes." Jiang Shao smiled and said, "Brother Li, your position and rank are higher than mine. Don't be like this." Li Yishu seemed to be a person who abided by the rules. He said, "Regiment Wan, I made it clear that since I joined this special team, I'll be an ordinary soldier during this mission. Sit, sit." Jiang Shao pressed his hands down repeatedly, feeling a little awkward. Li Yishu didn't say much and sat down directly. Jiang Shao was impressed by her imposing manner. He continued to sweep his gaze across the crowd. Other than Fu Hei, everyone else was standing in front of their seats. Apart from Fu Hei, who was unsociable, Jiang Shao also saw another person who was unsociable. He was standing loosely and looked like a bear that made people want to kick him. Jiang Shao said, "Shadow Crow." The Shadow Crow, Shao Yi, suddenly stood up straight and stared straight ahead, as if he was reflecting on his mistakes. "Take a seat. What are you pretending for?" Jiang Shao muttered. Inya roared with laughter and sat down. He then raised his head and looked at the Dai Tengu with a grin on his face. "Dai Tengu, sit," Jiang Shao said while listening to the sound of the cabin door opening and closing. Zhang Wenqing, the Dai Tengu, also sat down. In this team, the Dai Tengu and Shadow Crow had known Jiang Shao for a long time, and they had also gone on life-and-death missions together. Hence, they were rather close. "Great sage, sit." Jiang Shao walked past the fluffy Sun Dasheng and patted him on the shoulder. However, he stopped in front of Ho Mingming. Ho Mingming looked straight ahead and glanced over Jiang Zhao's head. "Is it Galaxy?" Jiang Shao asked as he looked up at Sister P. "Yes," Ho Mingming replied. Her eyes lit up when she heard the word Galaxy. Jiang Shao continued to ask, "Can you turn star transformation into martial arts?" Ho Mingming answered simply, "Yes." Jiang Shao nodded in satisfaction and said, "Your leader Wan only advanced to Galaxy at the age of 25, while you did so at the age of 24. Both of you have 28 star slots and similar talents. It seems that you're more hardworking than her." Ho Mingming said, "I'm luckier than her. I met an outstanding guide." Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment and smiled embarrassedly. "What are you talking about? You're too polite." Ho Mingming looked down at Jiang Shao and said, "As my guide, Leader Luan has taken good care of me and guided me a lot. Jiang Shao was speechless. All of a sudden, there was silence in the plane. Jiang Shao grinned and muttered, "Take a seat, take a seat. Talking to you really makes me angry." Ho Mingming finally sat down. Jiang Shao suddenly said, "Leader Luan wants to give you the codename Withered. I think he is more suitable for you." Ho Mingming pursed her lips and said, "Commander Xiaopi has taught me a lot too. I've always kept it in mind." With a peculiar expression, Jiang Shao said, "Ho Mingming, you've changed." Ho Mingming was speechless. "My persona has changed." Jiang Shao turned around and suddenly shouted, "Fu Hei!" "Huh?" Fu Hei got a great shock and looked up at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao said, "Is this how you lead my soldiers?" Ho Mingming can't possibly say something like that. What's going on? Fu Hei froze for a moment and suddenly cupped his fists at Jiang Shao. "Thank you for letting me win. Damn it." Jiang Shao walked towards the last person who was about the same height as him. He was dressed in a black Guardians of the Night uniform and had a military blade on each of his thighs. His eyes were glistening, and he seemed to be collecting information from the surroundings at all times. His body swayed slightly from side to side, but it couldn't escape Jiang Zhao's eyes. The man's body seemed to have a special rhythm. He was clearly standing a step away from Jiang Shao, but he seemed to be able to disappear at any time. Jiang Shao wasn't even sure if he could touch his body if he stretched out his hand. "Shurenjia," Shurenjia said in a low and magnetic voice. "Yes, sir." "Okay, take a seat." Jiang Shao then looked at everyone and said, "Let me introduce you guys." Jiang Shao pointed at Han Jiangxue, who had been standing at the door of the cabin, and said, "Han Jiangxue, Galaxy Stage, Rules Awakened, Main Output, almost no shortcomings. She's also your teammate for this mission." Ho Mingming's eyes suddenly lit up, and she turned around to look at Han Jiangxue, who was 2 years younger than her. Ho Mingming obviously knew who she was. When Ho Mingming became the captain of the Chinese team, she had already participated in the World Cup team competition in her freshman year. If he wasn't mistaken, she should only be 20 years old this year. A 20-year-old Rules Awakened in the Galaxy Stage? Most of the people present recognized this girl who was representing the country. However, due to their strong personal qualities, no one spoke up. Jiang Shao said, "The specific positions and responsibilities of the members of the team will, of course, be determined by second last after we arrive in Fin City. She asked us to go back together because she want me to get familiar with my teammates as soon as possible." At the side, Shadow Crow took out a stack of information from the bag behind him, stood up, and handed it to Jiang Shao. The list of star techniques, personalities, and combat characteristics of our 2 new teammates. "Thank you." Jiang Shao found a random place to sit down and flipped through the information in a bid to gain a rough understanding before studying it carefully. However, to his surprise, he saw the information of the creatures in the Dragon Cave below the information of his 2 teammates. 1. Fog Dragon, Diamond Quality, Star Technique. 1. Fog Ball, Platinum Quality or higher summons a small or large number of fog balls to attack the target. 2. Fog Chase, Diamond Quality or higher freely controls the fog balls. 3. Fog Domain, Diamond Quality or higher releases a large amount of fog with the user as the center, changes the environment within a certain range, and allows the user to perceive everything within the fog. Also has the effect of interfering with the vision of the target within the range. Biological characteristics. The body can turn into a physical body, but it will be in a state of fog all year round. Normal attacks will be ineffective against it. Relatively high intelligence, arrogant, hot-tempered, irritable, and belligerent. 2. Star Dragon, Diamond Quality, Star Technique. 1. Star Shower, Platinum Quality or higher summons a large number of stars to fall and attack the target within a certain range. Has a strong sputtering effect. 2. Star Shift, Diamond Quality or higher freely controls the falling stars. 3. Star Explosion, Diamond Quality or higher self-destruction type, Star Technique that is extremely lethal. 4. Star Scale Drive, diamond quality, or higher summons the star scales to cover the body and greatly increases the defensive power of the body. Has a certain rebound effect. Cannot move when using this star technique. Biological characteristics. Relatively high intelligence, arrogant, persistent, and relentless. 3. Crystal Dragon, diamond quality, star technique. 1. Ice crystal, platinum quality, or higher summons a small or large number of ice crystal cubes to attack the target within a certain range. 2. Ice crystal breath, platinum quality, or higher spits out icy breath from the mouth to freeze the target. 3. Ice crystal snow, platinum quality, or higher causes ice crystals and frost to fall within a certain range and continuously consumes the vitality of the target. 4. Ice crystal domain, platinum quality, or higher. Every piece of ice crystal and frost is closely connected to the user's perception. Biological characteristics. Relatively high intelligence, arrogant, persistent, and relentless. 4. Hidden Dragon, diamond quality, or higher, star technique. 1. Hidden Charge, platinum quality, or higher summons a small hidden dragon in a semi-invisible state to launch a powerful attack on the target. 2. Concealment, platinum quality, or higher freely controls the small hidden dragon. Note: the characteristics of this star technique are doubtful. The small hidden dragon is controlled by the owner or has its own intelligence and moves freely. It is currently unclear. 3. Hidden Body, diamond quality, or higher conceals the body, star power fluctuations, and life aura. Strengthens the recovery of star power and strengthens the body's self-repair function. Cannot move when using this star technique. Biological characteristics. Relatively high intelligence. Body is semi-invisible all year round. Extremely well hidden, but its whereabouts can still be detected if one observes carefully. Arrogant and belligerent. Enslaved Dragon, star quality. At this point, Jiang Shao frowned and looked at Shadow Crow. Star quality? Yes. According to various studies, we can almost confirm that some of the creatures in the Dragon Cave are far more powerful than those of the diamond quality. The country has also given this quality a new name, star quality. Jiang Shao nodded thoughtfully and thought to himself, the information given by my internal star map is really accurate. He continued to look down, only to see something incredible. 5. Enslaved Dragon, star quality, star technique. 1. Imprison, diamond quality, or higher summons a small enslaved dragon that will harass the target and seal the star power in the target's body. During the time that the small enslaved dragon exists, the target will not be able to use any star techniques. 2. Imprisonment, diamond quality, or higher for the imprisoned target. The small enslaved dragon will continuously attack and devour the target's body. 3. Imprisonment domain, diamond quality, or higher summons a small enslaved dragon that will seal an area and prohibit the use of any spatial star techniques. 4. Song of Imprisonment, quality unknown. Whether this star technique belongs to the enslaved dragon has not been confirmed. Those who hear the song will die. The song has a powerful mental attack attribute. According to the description of the injured and the examination of their bodies, the following conclusions can be deduced. The further away from the singer, the softer the song is, and the less damage the target will suffer. Also, this star technique cannot be described accurately, and the probability of its appearance is extremely low. Further research is needed. Biological characteristics. High intelligence, like sneak attacks. Note: the above information is not completely accurate. Most of the effects of the star techniques need to be further researched and verified. Readers must make their own judgment. Jiang Zhao's hand trembled slightly, and he automatically ignored the last sentence. That's the last star technique of the enslaved dragon. Isn't this just a copy of Ode to the Dead at the Sea? Isn't this the type of star technique that Jiang Shao prohibited the humming whale from using? Go F***CK yourself, what? Is this a place where humans should go? Peek. Chapter 850. Ever since he read the information about the Dragon Cave, Jiang Zhao's expression had been sullen. When facing such creatures, one had to look not only at their star techniques and characteristics, but also at their racial advantages. Even if they did not have a single star technique, their massive and strong bodies alone would be enough to smash a group of star warriors if they swooped down. What level of star warriors are there on Earth? Most of them are in the starfall stage, and their physical qualities have yet to undergo a second leap. Hence, they have yet to receive the benefits of the starfall stage. How are they supposed to deal with the star techniques that are at least at the diamond level? For hours later, the plane slowly landed in the suburbs of Fin City. Jiang Xiao and the others filed out of the plane. It was a small city on the border in the north. It was early May and the temperature there was still acceptable. When Jiang Xiao was in high school, he had a mixed-race teammate named Elena who was from Fin City. Jiang Xiao wondered how she was doing now. In July last year, Jiang Xiao had interacted with her on Weibo. She should have gone to Beijing Star Warrior University and should be in her freshman year now. Jiang Xiao's former regular teammates all had good grades. According to Elena, the two girls went to the Northern Military Academy, which was considered the best school in their hometown. Lu Ku, who had other ambitions and was unwilling to become a Star Warrior, had really realized her dream and fulfilled her promise to him. She actually got into the China Academy of Fine Arts, which was one of the best academies in China in the field that Lu Ku wanted to study. Everyone said that the end of the world was coming, and the name Doomsday World Cup had also pushed the word doomsday to the forefront. However, apart from being in a state of panic, most people were still living normally. To be honest, Jiang Xiao admired Lu Ku. Given the tense situation at home and abroad, if Jiang Xiao hadn't skipped a grade and had instead chosen to lead a normal high school life, he wasn't sure if he would still have persisted in his artistic dream. Let's go, Xiaopi. We have to leave Fin City. Get in the car. Shadow Crow stood in front of a military vehicle and waved at Jiang Xiao. In the team, Shadow Crow was more like a leader. Jiang Xiao looked around and asked, "This isn't Fin City?" Shadow Crow shook his head. "No, if the Russian Federation was like Conkind, our plane would have crashed right into the border. Unfortunately, they aren't." Jiang Xiao, Shadow Crow said, "This military camp is 20 kilometers away from Finching. Strictly speaking, this place is closer to Yangzhen. Let's go. Second last is waiting for us in Finching too. Let's go." While walking towards the military vehicle, Jiang Xiao said, "By the way, Jie and Shaoli, come with me." Every time he called out the code name Shaoli, Jiang Xiao always felt awkward. He was clearly a tough man from the Northwest, the dignified Northwest King, but his code name was actually Shaoli. In the military vehicle, Han Jiangxue sat in the front passenger seat while the three men sat in the back. The military vehicle was spacious, and although the three of them were strong and muscular, they were still different from the burly men like the Tengu. Major Jiang sat in the middle of the back row with an aggrieved expression. He looked at Serene on his left and said, "You've seen the information on the creatures in the Dragon Cave." Yes. Serene was a man of few words, and he was the kind of person who was taciturn. He could only reply to Jiang Xiao because Jiang Xiao was his superior. Hence, he had no choice but to reply. Jiang Xiao got straight to the point and said aggressively, "I've seen your star technique too. What can you bring to us?" Serene said, "I can be everyone's shadow." Jiang Xiao said, "You're a qualified assassin. When facing humans, you're undoubtedly the king. What I'm asking now is, you're about to face the dragons in the Dragon Cave. What can you contribute to this team?" Serene said calmly, "It depends on the situation. I can transform into Star Warrior and be the vanguard. I can also give play to my other characteristics, such as exploring, harassing, wandering, restraining, and saving people." Jiang Xiao nodded gently. This guy was very clear about his own position. Since he could be selected by second last, he was definitely capable. An assassin like Serene was definitely a king among kings when fighting against humans. He would also maintain a great advantage when fighting against ordinary creatures of other dimensions. However, when facing a group of dragons that were more than 10 meters long, their racial advantage would be far superior to that of humans. At this juncture, the role of assassins and shield warriors would be greatly reduced. "What about you? Petty official?" Jiang Xiao turned to look at the Northwest King, Li Yishu and said, "The advice on the information is very clear. It's not recommended for the soldiers who enter the dragon cave to use large-scale output star techniques. Your advantage is large-scale output star techniques. What's your position?" Li Yishu nodded and said, "The dragons are very intelligent and many species have very powerful perception-type star techniques. As long as our attacks affect them, it will lead to a situation where they won't rest until they die. In fact, even if our attacks don't affect them, they will still be harassed by the aggressive dragons. Hence, killing them is inevitable. Our team can't withstand the simultaneous attacks of multiple dragons." Jiang Shao secretly praised in his heart. "Good, clear train of thought and clear positioning." Jiang Shao said, "Communicate with Han Jiangxue. If nothing goes wrong, the two of you will be the main output points of the team and focus your firepower. In a while, Han Jiangxue will report her star technique, and you guys can study it. The general direction will be second last. Once you guys fight, the cooperation between the two of you will be the most important." Li Yishu said, "Leader Luan has already given us detailed information about Han Jiangxue." Jiang Shao said, "Okay." The military vehicle roared in the night, and the people in the vehicle discussed while driving into Fen City. They didn't enter the city at all and instead drove all the way east along the National Highway into the trade zone. It was the comprehensive trade zone of the National Gate area. Countless shops were lined up neatly on several streets, and the bustling commercial scene of the past could still be vaguely seen. At this moment, only the largest hotel was still holding on. The other places the vehicle stopped in front of the hotel, and Jiang Shao, who got out of the vehicle, clicked his tongue in wonder. He could actually see such a high-standard hotel building in such a small border city. Indeed, he could see the past glory of the city. In a small auditorium on the west side of the first floor of the Shermao Hotel, second last stood at the bottom of the auditorium with her arms crossed in front of her. She leaned against the podium in the small auditorium and watched as her team members walked in. These are the ones who came in, but who knows how many will make it back. As the door of the auditorium slowly closed, second last looked at everyone and said slowly, "Our first mission is to explore. We will fight with every creature in the Dragon Cave, regardless of whether we take the initiative to fight or fight passively. In particular, we will focus on investigating the imprisoned dragon, which has the most incomplete and inaccurate information. At this stage, all information about the Dragon Cave and the dragons is urgently needed by the country. So, during the process of carrying out the mission, don't let go of any small details. Communicate with the team in time. You might not be able to come back alive, but your teammates might be able to bring out the information." Second last's first sentence set the tone for the mission. Second last's voice was hoarse as she continued. "The second mission is to obtain as many star beads as possible. You have to hand in every star bead. I've personally selected everyone here, and they're all highly qualified soldiers. I hope you understand the seriousness of this mission." While speaking, second last turned to look at Jiang Shao and said, "All the star beads obtained by the team will be handed over to Ninetails for safekeeping. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes," the group of soldiers answered. Second last said, "Now, let's talk about the team's arrangements." Second last finally put down her arms and raised her long and slender index finger. "Firstly, you have to obey orders and commands. I won't allow anyone to have free reign in this mission." When second last said that, she fixed her sharp gaze on Fu Hei. Fu Hei smirked but didn't say anything. Second last stared at Fu Hei coldly before turning to look at Li Yishu. "Li Yishu will be the commander for now. From your point of view, give orders to the entire team based on your output. Don't be afraid of casualties. Based on the results of countless exploration teams in the past, casualties are inevitable." Her hoarse voice revealed an almost despairing fact. Second last said, "When I give you commands, I want results, not to be overcautious and indecisive." "Yes," Li Yishu answered. Second last continued, "We have an advantage that other teams don't have, which is the support position." Looking at the slightly flickering gazes of everyone, second last continued, Every soldier thinks that they're excellent enough and will enter the dragon cave with absolute confidence. However, the truth is right before our eyes. We have to admit that we're not the best among all the teams participating in the exploration of the dragon cave. However, we also have to recognize that our support position is the best among all the teams. We have an advantage that other teams don't have. Fuhei blinked, clearly aware that second last was not talking about him. Li Yishu, make good use of the nine tails, second last said. I know you've studied nine-tailed very thoroughly, but I still have to say that you have to change your way of thinking. You should be the weakest point of all the teams and should be protected in the support position. However, he won't affect our energy at all. Everything that a support class requires, such as healing, endurance, status, control, as well as his own mobility, defense, and awareness, he's at the top of the list. Second last spoke slowly, causing everyone in the team to be astonished. They all knew that Jiang Xiao was extremely strong, but second last's evaluation of him was too high. What kind of teams did they enter the dragon cave to explore? Second last, who was proud and arrogant, admitted that her destructive team was not the best compared to the other teams. However, she singled out Jiang Xiao, who managed to suppress the support of the Wasteland Reclaimers, the Guardians of the Night, and the Mountain Crusher Army. Second last then looked at Jiang Xiao and said, Nine-tailed, you're the backup commander of the team. Be prepared to take over the command of this team at any time. When I appoint you as the commander on the battlefield, you'll have to command the team from the perspective of your profession. When that happens, our battle tactics will definitely be to protect, defend, or even retreat. Jiang Xiao nodded with a sullen expression. Second last raised her hand to look at her watch and said, Let's go to the snowfield dimensional space on the mountain and make the final adjustments. Let's go. Everyone filed out, but second last suddenly said, Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at second last. Second last nodded and gestured for him to stand in front of her. Jiang Xiao walked over curiously and stood in front of second last. Second last reached out and pressed her hand on Jiang Xiao's shoulder. She said in a hoarse voice, If I die, you'll be the highest commander of this team and be fully responsible for it. I've already made this clear to all the team members. You have to have a clear understanding of this matter. Die? You? Jiang Xiao took 2 steps back and scanned second last from head to toe. He couldn't help but smirk. Did I agree? Second last said slowly, I admire your confidence, but my combat style has determined that I'll definitely be at the forefront of the team. If any accidents happen, you have to be prepared to take over the tail Feathers Regiment of the Northwest Legion as well. If you become an official member, lead the team well. If the higher-ups send someone to lead the Tail Feathers Regiment, you have to cooperate with them. Jiang Xiao said, Second last, let's go. Second last interrupted and strode out of the hall. Snowfield, Apex. Chapter 851. On the next night, in a snowfield dimensional space on the outskirts of Fin City, the violent ice roar engulfed the bodies of the white ghouls again and again, and the white ghouls' heavy and strong bodies were immediately turned into minced meat without much struggle. An elite team was practicing formations and studying tactics in the snowfield. In front of them were 2 ferocious beasts that had transformed from Star Warrior. One of them was a giant lynx that had transformed from 2 tails, while the other was an elegant 3-tailed fox that had transformed from Shurenjia. The 3-tailed fox was snow-white in color and had scarlet eyes. It had snow-white fur and 3 long and large tails. When Shurenjia first transformed from Star Warrior, the body of the 3-tailed fox was about 10 meters long and was extremely large like a hill. After continuous communication and adjustments with second last, the 5-meter-long lynx grew by 2 meters, while the 10-meter-long 3-tailed fox shrank by 3 meters. When he first saw that scene, Jiang Xiao was a little dumbfounded. He knew very little about animal star maps, but these people can still adjust the size of animals to a certain extent. What made Jiang Xiao even more astonished was that he saw the energy ball converging in front of the 3-tailed fox's face, which was similar to Juliet's Rainforest Civet star technique when Jiang Xiao participated in the Star Pet competition previously. The energy ball spun rapidly and was mixed with fire elements. After being shot out by the three-tailed fox, it drowned a large white ghouls and even had an explosive effect. The great sage who was holding a rod was in the middle of the two ferocious beasts. Ignoring the people at the back, just the three people at the front were already a team with explosive damage output. The white ghouls cried, "I'm just a brass-quality minion. Do you have to use cannons to attack me?" Behind the three of them were the Heavenly Hound and Fu Hei, who were the shield and healer. Behind the two of them were Han Jiangxue and Li Yishu. The two Starry Sea Dharma Kings were in sync, and after several discussions, they decided to avoid using large-scale output star techniques as much as possible. Hence, the two of them chose the star technique Ice Roar, which was powerful and had a moderate range. The Northwest King, Li Yishu, also had a platinum-quality Ice Roar from the Snow Mountain region. It was worth mentioning that both of them were riding on Pegasi. Li Yishu's star pet was Baishan Shuiyu, while Han Jiangshu's Pegasus was second last pet. Behind the two casters was Ho Mingming, who was also riding a white mountain snow feather. He could tell that the Tail Feather Regiment did think highly of Ho Mingming. Ever since Ho Mingming received the ultimate mission, he had reached the Starfall stage and obtained a new star slot. The Guardians of the Night in the Northwest gave him the best star pet, White Mountain Snow Feather. The three of them were arranged in a triangular formation. They were the core damage dealers of the team. The two mages fought. Of course, strictly speaking, there were also three astral pets of the platinum rank in the output team of the three. Behind the trio was Jiang Shao, who was all alone. His stance showed how much Li Yishu valued Jiang Shao. He really did not treat Jiang Shao as an ordinary medical awakened star warrior. Jiang Shao had two tasks. One was to provide medical help to the team, and the other was to protect the rear of the team. The only free person in the team was Shadow Crow, who had autonomy that no one else had. When the team changed their strategy and advanced steadily, the Great Sage was the only one left in front of second last and the Grace and Tribulation Society. He was the vanguard of the vanguards. In other words, the Great Sage, second last, Jiang Shao, was the Grace and Tribulation Society. The four of them were the core team's protective shell. They charged, retreated, changed their formation, and evolved their tactics. The snowfield was turned upside down by the rampaging team. However, be it the Guardians or the Guardians of the Night, those who saw the team did not seem too shocked. The snowfield space had received batches of top teams, and the soldiers there had seen all sorts of top warriors. Hence, they were already used to it. The soldiers did not seem shocked, but they were not expressionless either. In fact, the soldiers all looked rather sullen because they knew where their comrades were going. The teams that went out of here all ended up in a bad state. Mingming, in the snowfield, Jiang Shao sat under a tree, leaned against it, and waved at Ho Mingming. It was a rare moment of rest for the tail feathers. Ho Mingming stroked Baishan Shuiyu's snow-white mane and strode over. "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao looked up at Baishan Shuiyu behind her and said with a smile, "It's underage, right? It's only been a few months, right? It's much smaller in size compared to the other two Baishan Shuiyu." Ho Mingming nodded and said, "But it can already fight. Besides, Baishan Shuiyu grows rapidly and matures very quickly. It'll be less mature in half a year." Jiang Shao smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of it." Ho Mingming walked towards Jiang Shao and leaned against the tree trunk with one hand. She sat down and asked, "Okay, what's the matter?" Jiang Shao said, "I saw your star transformation bow just now. The effects of the withering bow are very special and amazing." Ho Mingming pondered for a while and said, "Everyone's star map is different. I just feel lucky that the withering bow chose me." Jiang Shao said, "Have you figured out how to use the short blades on both sides of the bow, an arrow?" Ho Mingming nodded, but then she shook her head and said, "After advancing to the Starfall stage, I had an experience of enlightenment. However, it only helped me consolidate my basic archery skills and the advanced version of archery skills, allowing me to use the bow more smoothly. However, it didn't give me too many ways to use the short blades on both sides of the bow. It only taught me some basic usage methods. It's very basic and requires very little knowledge. It's easy to master. In comparison, this star map focuses more on the way to use the bow and arrow. Jiang Shao nodded thoughtfully and said, "It's already a very powerful star map that has a withering effect. Maybe we've been too greedy." Jiang Shao seemed to be trying to get to the bottom of the matter. He continued, "I saw from the information that there are two ways to attack after your star map is transformed into a weapon." Hou Mingming nodded and said, "Yes, there are two. One is a regular arrow, and the other is a big arrow. However, the big arrow consumes a lot of star power and energy. Star power is still manageable because I'm already in the starfall stage and have enough star power. However, energy consumption is a huge problem. After shooting the big arrow, I'll be extremely exhausted, and conventional medical methods won't be able to recover. I can only go to sleep to rejuvenate and rejuvenate." Jiang Shao said, "Of course, we've been fighting for a few days and nights. With Fu Hei and my recovery star techniques, our physical strength can be replenished, but mental exhaustion can only be made up for with sleep." Hou Mingming turned to look at Jiang Shao with glistening eyes. She said seriously, "I'll shoot down a dragon." Jiang Shao said, "They're all platinum quality and above, capped at the star quality. Even if some dragons don't have any defensive star techniques, their defense is still terrifyingly high. You don't have to put too much pressure on yourself." Hou Mingming stared at Jiang Shao stubbornly and said, "I'll shoot down a dragon." Okay, let's shoot," Jiang Shao said helplessly. Hou Mingming was speechless. Jiang Shao continued, "Can I take a look at your star map again?" "Of course." Hou Mingming stood up and took a step back, after which the withering bow star map lit up. The pitch-black star map of the bow and arrow was displayed, and there were two short blades on both sides of the bow. The entire star map was covered in pitch-black starlight, which looked extremely cool, mysterious, and beautiful. Jiang Shao licked his lips with excitement in his eyes. "Great! You're the second star map. Withering bow, long-range output, it's up to you now." Hou Mingming looked at Jiang Zhao's passionate gaze and frowned slightly. She asked, "Do you have any more questions?" This time, Jiang Zhao's attitude was very firm, and he said in a commanding tone, "Stand at attention." Hou Mingming was already a very qualified soldier. Upon hearing the order, she reflexively stood up straight, puffed out her chest, and raised her head like a sharp blade that had been unsheathed. Jiang Shao continued, "Hold up the star map and stand in a military stance." Hou Mingming stared straight ahead and didn't say anything else. All the doubts she had were buried deep in her heart. The other team members saw the scene, but none of them asked anything. Fu Hei glanced at second last, who was standing under a tree and staring at the snowfield in the distance. She seemed indifferent to everything that was happening. Jiang Shao stared at the star map in front of Hou Mingming quietly with a solemn and serious expression. He carefully observed every detail, as if he wanted to completely imprint the withering bow star map in his mind. After a full 10 minutes, Jiang Shao said, "Okay, let's take a break." As soon as Jiang Shao finished speaking, second last said, "Recall your star pets and get in formation." Everyone hurriedly stood up, and apart from Jiang Shao, the other 8 people lined up in 2 rows. Second last walked over and gestured for Jiang Shao to follow. She then turned around and said to Han Jiangxue, "Go back to the entrance." Han Jiangxue held a ball of ripples in her hand, and at the next moment, a translucent teleportation shield appeared and everyone disappeared without a trace. After walking out of the snowfield, Han Jiangxue led everyone back to the auditorium on the west side of the first floor of the Shermount Hotel under second last orders. Second last said, "Tonight is the last night we can sleep peacefully. Now, go back to your room and sleep. After washing up, we'll go to bed immediately. We'll eat in the restaurant at 6 a.m. tomorrow. We'll gather at the entrance at 6:20 a.m. Due to the special nature of our mission and the special region we're in, we have to take conventional means of transportation. Do you understand?" After hearing the response of the team members, second last said, "Nine-tailed, stay behind. Everyone else, disperse." Everyone left one after another, and Jiang Shao looked at Second Last in bewilderment. Second Last waved her hand and opened the door of the Scourge Ruins. She then tilted her head and looked inside. Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought, what? Is this chick trying to imprison me? Under Second Last's gaze, Jiang Shao strode into her Scourge Ruins. Second Last followed and closed the door of the Scourge Ruins. You're studying her star map. Ah, you found out, Jiang Shao said with a chuckle. Second Last sighed gently. During the solemn preparation stage of the mission and the oppressive atmosphere, she would always feel a little relaxed whenever she talked to Jiang Shao. Second Last said, change it, I'll watch. Change it, then, Jiang Shao said casually as the Big Dipper star map lit up in front of him. Afterwards, the Big Dipper star map lit up with a dazzling ray of light and the star map transformed. Jiang Shao closed his eyes tightly and recalled Sister P's withered bough star map. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Second Last initially thought that Jiang Zhao's star map was dazzling enough, but a few seconds later, the light became even more dazzling, as if it was going to blind her. Hence, Second Last had no choice but to cover her eyes. She squinted and tried her best to look at the star map in front of Jiang Shao through the gaps between her slender fingers. As the light faded, Second Last slowly put down her right hand, only to see that there was a thick, black bough in front of Jiang Zhao's chest. There were also 2 short blades on both sides of the pitch-black bough, which were also pitch-black in color. Specks of pitch-black starlight constantly fell down, piecing together an extremely dazzling pattern. In the internal star map, the option to create a star map had become 2/3 in the brackets behind the star quality earthly light star technique. Changing the star map was different from creating a star map. Jiang Shao could change a star map at will, but it was only for camouflage. There was a limit to the number of times he could create a star map, and he could also turn it into a weapon. Second Last looked down at Jiang Zhao's brand new star map and asked, can I turn it into a weapon like Flower Blade? Jiang Shao said, not for the time being. I'm not proficient enough in archery yet. I haven't been recognized by the star map yet. Okay, use one of your decoy skills to train your archery skills. Given your talent, how long do you think you'll need to take out this withered bough? Second Last nodded. Jiang Shao looked at his internal star map and realized that the archery mastery on the list of basic skills was only of gold quality level 3. According to Flower Blade's experience, he had to be at least a platinum quality in order to turn a star map into a weapon. However, Jiang Shao said, you don't have to worry. I'm talented and I'll naturally be able to pick it up when it's time. Second Last was speechless, seeking monthly votes, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 852. I'll take this opportunity to retrieve my star pet, Jiang Shao said while opening the door of Second Last Calamity Ruins and walking in. Staring at Second Last, who was following him, Jiang Shao reminded, don't open the door of your Calamity Ruins again in my Calamity Ruins. Otherwise, we'll both be trapped here. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, Second Last said, it's good too. There aren't many people here and it's quiet. Jiang Shao was speechless. If Jiang Shao were to say that, he would definitely think that it meant something else. However, since Second Last said it, it should be what she meant, right? Jiang Shao glanced at Second Last in bewilderment, unsure if he had just been flirted with unknowingly. Second Last frowned slightly and looked at Jiang Shao. What's the matter? It's nothing. Let's go. I'll take you to see the humming whale. Jiang Shao reached out and grabbed Second Last's arm. Jiang Shao and the gardener's skin were connected mentally and their senses were interlinked. Jiang Shao then led Second Last to open the space-time rift. Whoosh at the next moment, the two of them stepped on the thick snow on the top of Snowy Mountain and stood on the cliff. The stars were dazzling in the night sky. Under the night sky, a huge creature was slowly swimming and soaring in the sky. It was the big fish that was free and unrestrained. Buzz! The ethereal sound of a whale penetrated the night sky and drifted to an unknown distance. The bright moonlight and the dazzling stars reflected the massive body of the humming whale. Although it seemed to be moving slowly, it was not swimming slowly. Second last breathing paused slightly, and she looked into the distance, only to see the slow-moving but rapidly approaching giant fish. There was a gardener's skin wearing a fisherman's hat sitting cross-legged on the head of the humming whale. How is it? It's big, right? Jiang Zhao's voice sounded from afar, which overlapped with Jiang Zhao's voice. However, they came from two different directions. Buzz, second last, pursed her lips and stared at the massive body that was approaching her with her long and narrow eyes that reflected the light of the stars in the night sky. It was second last's first time seeing the humming whale, and she could hear the joy in its voice. It was the umpteenth time that the humming whale had seen second last, and it could sense that the terrifying woman seemed to like it a lot. The humming whale carefully swam to the edge of the cliff. Even though it knew that this woman was very strong, it was still afraid that it would not be able to control the distance properly and crash into the cliff, sending the two of them tumbling out. Second last slowly stretched her hand out and stroked the cold and soft skin of the humming whale. In her line of sight, the black and white wavy patterns on the skin were constantly moving up and down. Then, a large eye slowly stopped in front of her. Huh! Second last stood on the snowy mountain and took a deep breath before exhaling a puff of white mist. Her menacing gaze had already softened. She had spent her entire life in the military and had traveled extensively. She could be said to have seen many things, but such a mystical creature, such a shocking star beast, had already exceeded her imagination. Second last said softly, "You're the only one who deserves such a partner." Jiang Shao and the gardener's actions were surprisingly consistent. They both scratched their heads and didn't know what to say. Second last looked at the huge eye of the humming whale in front of her and felt as if she had fallen into the void. She continued, "When a normal star warrior sees it, their first reaction would be to flee. However, when it shows kindness, the star warrior might think about how to make use of it, how to defeat it, or how to subdue it." Jiang Shao said, "You're right. If I can become friends with you, I can become friends with any species in this world." Second last's hand stiffened slightly. Before she could say anything, she suddenly felt that she had already connected with the humming whale mentally. There were no words or words, but there were strong emotions. It was a kind of joy of reunion. It had been a long time since second last felt so full of emotions. Ever since Jiang Shao had the bait, she rarely felt the joy of reunion when she saw him again. However, she didn't expect to experience such wonderful emotions in another creature's heart today. Second last remained silent for a long time before saying in a hoarse voice, "Thank you." It was a pleasant surprise that she found hard to accept. If possible, she would rather choose to bear the heaviness of life than the lightness of it. She suddenly discovered that there was a creature in this world that she had never met before who was silently missing her and yearning to meet her. "Haha, let's go." Jiang Shao pressed his hand on the skin of the humming whale, after which layers of rich star power broke apart and surged into Jiang Zhao's chest. Having lost his mount, the gardener's skin fell from the sky, and on the precipice, a small tree rapidly grew. Then, its branches swept out, becoming thicker and thicker, growing even larger than the small tree itself. The thick, inflexible branches wrapped around the gardener's body and sent it to the cliff before landing beside the two of them. Jiang Shao also teleported back to the stone villa with the two of them. Here, they were already deep in the mountains and forests. The huge lake was like an ocean, with no end in sight. At the lakeside, a huge stone villa rose from the ground, standing in the lush forest. The night sky, snow mountains, deep forests, lakes, and houses formed a peaceful and harmonious scene. It was really quiet and peaceful, just like second last said. The gardener's skin also activated his scourge ruins, and Jiang Shao strode it. He also saw the snoring bear, and on the belly of the bear, there was a little fat boy curled up, drooling. It was Little Candle, who was sleeping soundly. The drool was, of course, star power. Jiang Shao put the two of them into the star map, and at the same time, he was blindfolded by a pair of small hands. The corners of Jiang Zhao's mouth curled up slightly. The old song struck home. "You secretly covered my eyes. Do you want me to guess who you are?" Behind him, the hood of the sea devourer moved to the right, and the mist in the hood emitted a thick mist. It looked at Jiang Zhao's side profile curiously. At the collar, two little hands stuck out to Jiang Zhao's eyes, and the cloak was also draped over Jiang Zhao's body. From Mary to Sunny and Ivory. Jiang Zhao continued to hum softly and suddenly exclaimed, "Ha! I got it! You're the sea soul, fish demon." The sea devourer was dumbfounded. Second Last stood at the door of the training space and stared at Jiang Zhao speechlessly. For some reason, she suddenly had an urge to kick him. Jiang Zhao reached his hand out and put the hood on his head while chuckling. He pointed at the glass display cabinet that was illuminated by the sea soul lamp and said, "Second Last, there's a baby here that I prepared for Xia Yan. If you want, you can come and get it any time." Second Last nodded calmly and said, "Okay. My sea devourer robe is like a warden who has been keeping an eye on the baby of the sea devourer. Now that I'm taking it away, I'm a little worried that the baby of the sea devourer will do something." Jiang Zhao leaned forward and floated towards the display cabinet. He said, "Wait a moment. I'll throw the sea soul lamp and sea soul mask into the lake. They'll like the environment there." On the other side, Gardner Pye had already grabbed two bells and was about to hang them in the stone villa. Although the training space was rich in star power, it was better to isolate the baby of the sea devourer. Even if it wasn't isolated, someone had to keep an eye on it. Jiang Zhao planned to let Gardner Pye and the sparring partner who accompanied Second Last to train together outside to strengthen their swordsmanship and bow. He didn't want the two baits to be distracted. Besides, the sea devourer was a platinum quality creature, after all. Hence, there was a certain degree of danger to it. Everything would be fine if it was locked up. After doing all that, Jiang Zhao brought Second Last back to the space door and jumped out before entering Second Last's scourge ruins. Second Last opened the door again, and the two of them returned to the small hall of the hotel. "Let's go back to sleep." Jiang Zhao was wearing a black cloak. Due to the fact that Little Candle was sleeping soundly in the star map, the sea devourer robe did not have any spiraling white flame patterns. Jiang Zhao said, but he noticed that Second Last seemed to be hesitant to say something. "What's wrong with you?" Jiang Zhao turned around and looked at Second Last, after which he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His body slowly floated up and was at the same height as Second Last's. "Ah, so this is what it feels like to be at the same height." Jiang Zhao's body continued to float up by 20 centimeters, and he looked down at Second Last. "Go ahead, I'll approve it." Second Last looked up at Jiang Zhao and said slowly, "Thank you for letting me experience all of this." Jiang Zhao was speechless. Second Last calmed down and said calmly, "True emotions and beautiful experiences." Jiang Zhao barked angrily, "You're setting death flags for me." Second Last raised her eyebrows and asked in bewilderment, "What do you mean?" Jiang Zhao smiled and said, "When I was in the Stardust stage, I could pull you back from hell in the snowfield. If I can save you once, I can save you countless times." Second Last stared at Jiang Zhao, feeling rather bewildered. The humming whale just now had a huge impact on her soul. Under such special circumstances, it was rare for Second Last to express her true emotions. What nonsense was Jiang Zhao talking about? Jiang Zhao then stretched his hand out and patted Second Last's head gently. "I've been wandering for a few years, and it's time for me to do something that I should be doing. Meeting me is the beginning of your career as a Star Warrior. We still have a long way to go in the future." Second Last tilted her head and frowned before dodging Jiang Zhao's palm. Jiang Zhao said, "Go to sleep. Just like what you asked everyone to do just now. Get a good night's sleep and rejuvenate." Second Last looked up at Jiang Zhao and didn't say anything else. She then strode forward and knocked Jiang Zhao away before walking towards the door of the auditorium. Jiang Zhao pursed his lips and thought, "This woman clearly has the space-time rift. Why does she have to walk? Say it. Do you just want to knock me?" Jiang Zhao looked at her back and yelled, "Don't let your imagination run wild. Wash up and go to bed immediately. I'll check on you." Second Last pushed open the door of the small auditorium and said, "You can try." Jiang Zhao grinned and said, "She asked me to try. She actually asked me to try? Is she provoking me?" The hood suddenly fell off Jiang Zhao's head, and the cloak moved up, revealing the side of Jiang Zhao's face. She looked at Jiang Zhao and nodded repeatedly. Jiang Zhao was speechless. Climax. Chapter 853. The next day, in the morning, everyone lined up, got on a minibus, and went directly out of the room. After nearly half an hour of driving, the minibus slowly drove into a military base in the deep mountains and forests. There were high walls and a large number of soldiers standing guard. After passing through layers of checks, they finally drove into the core area of the military base. There were high walls everywhere, and a large number of soldiers were standing guard. After passing through layers of checks, they finally drove into the core area of the military base. The composition of the guards there was rather complicated. Jiang Zhao saw soldiers from China and the Russian Federation in the layers of checkpoints. Clearly, the Dragon Cave was jointly guarded by the two countries. Unlike what Jiang Zhao had imagined, the door of the dimensional space in the Dragon Cave seemed to be opened underground. After entering the central base, they took the elevator under the lead of an officer and went all the way down to the 33rd underground floor. Jiang Zhao wasn't sure which floor it was. Anyway, there were only 7 floors on the keyboard of the elevator, and the second last was the 33rd underground floor. Tisk, tisk. Jiang Zhao sighed in amazement. It was the first time Jiang Zhao had seen a military base of such a level. The security was extremely tight, and even though second last was leading the team, Jiang Zhao still had to carry the Soul Devourer in his hand and were the official guardians of the night uniform before entering. In the underground base, Jiang Zhao and Han Jiangxue stood in the team and walked side by side. Both of them had a Soul of the Sea Devourer hanging on their arms. All of a sudden, Jiang Zhao felt his right hand being gently held. Jiang Zhao froze for a moment and turned around, only to see Han Jiangxue's complicated expression. Jiang Zhao asked softly, "What's the matter?" Han Jiangxue answered softly, "Did you notice the look in the soldier's eyes?" Jiang Zhao pondered for a while and did not respond. In the underground base, all the soldiers who were standing guard and passing by, be it the Chinese or Russian Federation soldiers, were looking at them with a gentle gaze. Yes, the so-called gentle gaze included a series of emotions such as encouragement, pity, and sighing. In such a base that was jointly guarded by both countries, Jiang Zhao initially thought that the soldiers of the Russian Federation would not be too friendly to the Chinese army. Regardless of whether they were guarding the base together or not, the soldiers had their own professional glory and cohesiveness. Hence, they would secretly compete with each other. However, the soldiers here were behaving strangely. When the soldiers of the Russian Federation looked at this team, there was no hostility or competitive spirit. Instead, there was more of a feeling of sending them off and sighing. Jiang Zhao didn't think that such a situation was formed in a day, and he reckoned that it must have undergone a long period of evolution to form a unique atmosphere in the base. As the door of a house opened, Jiang Zhao immediately saw the space door in the transparent glass cover. No, it could no longer be called a large spatial door. It was terrifyingly small. Inside the glass, there were 4 soldiers standing in a military posture. They were so close to the spatial gate, and it was unknown what kind of method they were using to guard this place. Maybe they all have space-type star techniques? Once something happens, it will open the space parcel in all directions. As long as a dragon race creature ran out, it wouldn't be able to go out and cause trouble. Is that so? Jiang Zhao secretly speculated, but he soon denied his own thoughts. Why? That was because the space gate was simply too small. With the enormous bodies of the dragon race, it was impossible for them to come out. How big was this spatial gate? Was it about 50 square meters? Even if humans entered, they would have to be careful. Otherwise, their bodies might be cut. A middle-aged soldier brought everyone to the front of the glass cover, turned around, and looked at the team behind him. You have 20 days to explore. Pay attention and plan your time well. The man's tone was extremely calm, and unlike the soldiers he had seen previously, he did not show any emotions. It was as if he really wanted everyone to return safely after 20 days. Jiang Zhao looked at the small space hole and asked, Is this the entrance to the dragon cave? As you can see, yes. At the side, a male soldier of the Russian Federation walked over and spoke fluent Mandarin. He grabbed the name list from the Chinese soldiers and compared them one by one. The Huaxia soldier said to everyone, "This dimensional space is very different from other dimensional spaces. We still don't know why, but no electronic equipment can be used there. I'm sorry, we can't provide you with technical support." Second last nodded. They had long been aware of that. The Russian soldiers said, after entering the dragon cave, "Please leave the area of the space hole immediately. Don't let any dragons get close to the space hole. Many species of dragons have perception-type star techniques. You've already been exposed the moment you enter. Dragons are indeed arrogant creatures, but when some of them sense the star power fluctuations on your bodies, they will have a vague understanding of your abilities. Your team is the best of the best, so they might take the initiative to fight you." The Chinese soldier patted second last's arm and said, "Comrades, come back alive." "Tail Feather Regiment," second last said in a hoarse voice. She turned around and looked at everyone. "Enter the dragon cave." Second last then took the lead and opened the glass door on both sides. She then looked at the 4 soldiers who were standing guard and arched her legs before plunging into the space hole like a javelin. Everyone behind her leaped in one after another. Jiang Xiao followed closely behind Han Jiangxue and barged into the so-called dragon cave. At the next moment, Jiang Zhao's vision suddenly darkened. He looked up to see that it was a beautiful night sky with dazzling meteors streaking across the night sky. They shuttled back and forth against the backdrop of the Milky Way. It was more spectacular than any meteor shower of any constellation, and it seemed to be falling all the time. Jiang Xiao opened his mouth wide in a daze. The night sky with the dazzling Milky Way suddenly became bright, and an unimaginably large star rose rapidly from one side, illuminating the entire space. The speed at which it rose was so fast that Jiang Xiao found it hard to adapt to it. Gulp. Jiang Zhao's atoms apple squirmed. Everything here was in the information, but when Jiang Xiao saw it with his own eyes, he was still greatly astonished. With the help of the bright sky, Jiang Xiao looked ahead, only to see a world of ice and snow. On the right was a wilderness full of boulders and weeds. Occasionally, stars would fall. On the left, there was a dense forest shrouded in fog. Behind him was an endless grassland, and he could see the scene of rivers converging. Is this the junction of the 4 terrain zones? Jiang Xiao looked into the distance and sized up the surrounding environment, only to see that the world had suddenly changed at this moment. The scorching and massive star streaked across the top of everyone's heads and quickly landed on the other side of the mountain. The sky immediately darkened, and the Milky Way was dazzling in the night sky with meteors falling like rain. Damn it. Han Jiangxue, the destination is the edge of the world of ice and snow. Teleport. Second last ordered and immediately left the area of the space cave in order to avoid attracting other dragon creatures in the special, safe terrain. Whoosh, the black space teleportation shield was activated, and everyone immediately arrived at the edge of the world of ice and snow. Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue put on the Soul Sea Devourer one after another, and everyone quickly dispersed. All of a sudden, 3 white mountain snow feathers were summoned. Jiang Xiao looked down at the ground under his feet and thought to himself, the terrain is too strange. Even if there's snow, it should be gradual, right? There seemed to be a clear boundary between the wilderness under Jiang Zhao's feet and the ground that was covered with thick snow a few meters in front of him. It was incredible. The information said that it was caused by the crystal dragon's domain. The information also said that the existence of dragons did not distinguish between terrain and terrain. Hence, one shouldn't think that the crystal dragon was the only existence in the world of ice and snow. The terrain could only prove that there were indeed crystal dragons there, but other dragons also live there. Under the snow-covered mountains, one wouldn't know which mountain was hiding a hidden dragon, nor would they think of a fog dragon causing trouble everywhere. Or perhaps there was a dragon imprisoning turtle hiding underground, waiting for its prey to take the bait. Second last took a deep breath, and the snowflakes and ice crystals floating 1 meter in front of her proved that it was the crystal dragon's ice crystal domain, perception, which was likely to be mixed with the star technique, ice crystal snow, damage. Once they stepped in, the battle would break out at any time. While thinking about it, the huge red sun rose rapidly from the east again, scorching the world and shining on everything. Everything here was a little too strange. Jiang Shao had been to the lower dimension and the upper dimension, where there was no day or night, nor were there any seasons. But here, the Dragon Cave, is this really the so-called lower dimension? Is this really a dimensional space? Besides, how did such an extreme environment form such a variety of terrains? If we're lucky, we'll face a crystal dragon. Are you ready? Second last asked in a hoarse voice while staring at the ice crystal snow in front of her. It won't rest until it's dead. Amidst the silence, Jiang Zhao's voice suddenly sounded from the back of the team. Isn't this a coincidence? Second last turned around and glanced at Jiang Shao with a smirk. She took a step forward and slowly stretched her hand out, after which she reached her hand into the floating ice crystals and the falling snow. Tail feathers. Second last strode forward, and a lynx star map suddenly lit up on her body. The blurry lynx continued to enlarge and became increasingly exquisite and lifelike. Second last then transformed into a giant lynx that was 7 meters long, and the tufts of fur on the tips of her ears swayed gently. Beside her, the great sage wrapped his arm around the rod and tied a red headband on his forehead before lifting his fluffy bangs. Next to Sun Dasheng, Shurinji, a star map lit up and kept enlarging. A huge and elegant three-tailed fox appeared. Its snow-white fur was spotless, and its 3 huge tails swayed back and forth rhythmically, creating a beautiful melody. Neigh, 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 the 3 white mountain snow feathers neighed, sending the fiery red sun off to the west. The giant lynx strode elegantly into the ice crystal domain. Roar, rumble. The sound of thunder filled the air, and a crow flew past the team in the sky with a layer of mist rising from its crimson eye. At the next moment, the rain mixed with the floating ice crystals and snowflakes, creating a special ice rain snow scene. The shadow crow in the air spun sideways, seemingly expressing something. 10 o'clock, hurry! Li Yishu yelled. The team quickly adjusted their direction, and the heavenly hound and Fu Hei jumped onto one of the tails of the 3-tailed fox, after which everyone moved forward quickly. Behind the team, Jiang Zhao's body floated in the air and his eyes were also red. The tear of the shadow crow was also mixed with Jiang Zhao's tear of the domain. The sea engulfing robe that was draped over Jiang Zhao's body took him flying while gently wiping Jiang Zhao's tears. Jiang Zhao tilted his head, tucked his shoulders, and rubbed his face against the sea engulfing robe. Hello, Dragon Cave. My name is Jiang Shao. Please take care of me. There were already many doujinshi drawn by the guru on Weibo. There was even a small comic for those who were interested to take a look. Weibo name, You Loves Writing bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 854. During the journey, everyone in the team could acutely feel that their physical strength was declining. Of course, physical strength was also a form of vitality. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue were still a little worse off. After all, they were both wearing the Sea Devourer cloak, and the damage was all resisted by the Sea Devourer. Only when the floating ice crystals and snow landed on their faces would their physical strength be taken away. As for the others, Jiang Shao could clearly feel that the team had sped up a little, but the small change reflected the psychological state of everyone in the team. In Jiang Zhao's tier domain, he discovered a lot of dragon creatures. As the saying went, the ignorant were fearless. At this moment, Jiang Shao and Shadow Crow were probably the ones who were under the greatest psychological pressure. Even though the range of Shadow Crow's tier domain was smaller than Jiang Zhao's, it was enough for him to discover many dragon creatures. The two of them weren't even sure which crystal dragon had used the ice crystal domain star technique and which crystal dragon had used the ice crystal snow star technique. Li Yishu said with a solemn expression, "We can't go on like this. Move forward at full speed." Shadow Crow, give us a hint when we're about 1,000 meters away from the crystal dragon. Clearly, the damage suffered by the people was terrifying while advancing in the star technique of ice crystal snow. It was no different from advancing in the tears of sorrow, except that it lacked the effect of lowering one's emotions. A large amount of physical strength was continuously being depleted. In the overlapping ice crystal snow space, the high race value and exuberant vitality of the dragons allowed them to move, play, and rest without any scruples. However, humans definitely couldn't. The strongest thing about humans was their ability to learn and use various star techniques. Without the support of special star techniques, a random gold-quality ape ghoul king would probably be stronger than the humans in the Starfall stage in terms of physical attributes, let alone the dragons. Ah, Shadow Crow shrieked, and the team suddenly sped up. Huh? Jiang Shao murmured and looked to the left in bewilderment, as if something incredible had barged in. In the tier domain, there were countless huge creatures hovering around the top of the mountain and hiding in the caves. Jiang Shao could only determine their existence based on the small parts of their bodies that were exposed. This guy, Fog Dragon? Are you kidding me? The field tear field couldn't detect the existence of the Mist Dragon? If it weren't for the fact that the Fog Dragon had summoned 2 corporeal Fog Dragons, Jiang Shao would have been kept in the dark. The 2 miniature Mist Dragons sped forward and swam towards the team. Unbeknownst to them, the team was already surrounded by a faint mist. The mist was so faint that it made one's hair stand on end. Even if one observed it carefully, it was very likely that they would overlook it. Jiang Shao was shocked. When did we break into the fog domain of the Fog Dragon? Or rather, when did the Mist Dragon use the Mist domain to envelop everyone? They had long entered the Mist Dragon's hunting range? The Crystal Dragon was still a few kilometers away, but this irascible, and troublemaker Fog Dragon was the first to find everyone. Shut up. In the sky, the Shadow Crows cried out several times. Their bodies circled in the air, attracting everyone's attention. Immediately afterwards, an illusory Shadow Crow flew out of the Shadow Crow's body and flew in the direction of the small Fog Dragon that Jiang Shao sensed. With a sullen expression, Li Yishu suddenly clenched his right hand into a fist and raised it high in the air. Stop! The team that was moving forward quickly stopped and immediately turned around according to Li Yishu's instructions. Shut up! In the sky, the Shadow Crow suddenly transformed into a human and yelled, "The Crystal Dragon is here too. Be careful. It seems that the Fog Dragon has arrived first. I can't sense the existence of the Fog Dragon, but there are 2 small Fog Dragons that are approaching. Pay attention." While speaking, everyone got into a formation and got on guard, waiting for the arrival of the Fog Dragon. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds beside them, the faint mist that was almost invisible to the naked eye rapidly thickened. It was like adding fuel to the fire. Everyone had already been in the Crystal Dragon's Ice Crystal Domain and Ice Crystal Snow Star techniques, and their physical strength was constantly being depleted at a terrifying rate. The Shadow Crow clearly indicated that he had yet to find the figure of the Mist Dragon's main body. That was not all. The Fog Dragon was about to start hunting, and its fog domain was getting thicker. In just a few seconds, everyone was already in a thick fog, and their visibility plummeted. Jiang Shao could no longer see the members of the front row who were more than 10 meters away with his naked eye. Fu Hei, activate the healing fog. Everyone, stand firm. Hang in there. The burly man from the northwest, Li Yishu, gave everyone a strict order. Regardless of whether they were anxious or not, they were not allowed to move even half a step when they sensed the rapid loss of vitality in their bodies. Whoosh, a large amount of fog also surged out of Fu Hei's body, quickly healing everyone's bodies and restoring their physical strength. Attention! They're here. 500 meters. 300 meters. The speed at which the Shadow Crow reported was shocking because the distance between 500 meters and 300 meters was too short. The speed of the 2 small Fog Dragons was too fast. Li Yishu said, "Get ready for Ice Roar." Shadow Crow said, 100 meters. Li Yishu said, "Release." Huff, Li Yishu and Han Jiangxue raised their hands abruptly. Harumph, the three Baishan snow-feathered beasts also raised their heads in unison and released heavy ice roars. Be it Li Yishu, Han Jiangxue, or the three Baishan snow-feathered beasts, they suddenly felt that their physical strength had been greatly restored, and the star power that they had expended to release the ice roars had been replenished. What level of recovery and endurance is this? The halo of nostalgia lit up under the feet of the two of them and the three horses. It was from Jiang Shao. He was a medical aide who said that he would bring everyone home. Under the focus fire, the two small mist dragons were directly reduced to ashes. The output of 5 platinum-quality ice roars had already reached such a terrifying level. It was really an instant kill. Yes, the dragon race was very strong, but the group of people who dared to step into the dragon cave did not do so for nothing. 9 o'clock, Crystal Dragon, 300 meters. Be careful of the falling ice crystal cubes. Shadow Crow yelled. In the white fog, apart from those who had felt tears, everyone else had already lost their so-called senses. Han Jiangxue, dark space instantaneous defense. Li Yishu made a prompt decision and yelled. 9 o'clock, 100 meters, teleport. Han Jiangxue took out the ripple ball in her hand, and at the next moment, a ripple teleportation shield enveloped everyone. Bang, bang, bang. At the instant that the dark space instantaneous defense was activated, the huge ice crystal cubes smashed onto the ripple teleportation shield, causing a deafening sound. The ice crystal cubes that slid down were like sugar cubes that went with coffee. They were not crystal clear and were filled with ice crystals with beautiful internalized patterns. They smashed onto the dark space teleportation shield and fell onto the snow. The so-called ice crystal cubes were unimaginably large and were about 5 meters in diameter. They could really be used as building materials. How can there be such a cute star technique in this world? Under normal circumstances, star techniques would only summon things like frost, rain, and snow. For example, Han Jiangshue's meteorite fire was also a burning meteorite ball of different shapes. However, the ice crystal cubes were not only of the same size, but they were also squarish. If this star technique was used for a few seconds, it would probably be able to build 3 ice villas. Others might say that the ice crystal cubes were cute, but those who were about to be smashed by them probably wouldn't be able to say so. Whoosh, the dark space teleportation shield was immediately retracted, and everyone in it disappeared without a trace, leaving only a pile of huge sugar cubes that poured down. Roar! The roar of a dragon came from above everyone's heads. Han Jiangxue teleported about 100 meters away according to Li Yishu's instructions. During this period, the crystal dragon was also flying rapidly, and they encountered it directly. However, the crystal dragon was flying far above their heads. In the ice crystal domain of the crystal dragon, it was impossible for it to get lost or lose its target. Hence, when the crystal dragon discovered that the group of people had appeared below, pieces of ice crystal cubes quickly fell. Above our heads, about 80 meters, Ingyi yelled. Li Yishu yelled, "Everyone, focus fire! Fire!" All of a sudden, countless ice roars were thrown upwards. In a dense fog where no creatures could be seen, they could only rely on their senses and experience. Without Ingyi's terror domain, everyone would really become blind. The ice roars were emitted, followed by the earth-shattering roar of the crystal dragon. Roar! The voice was extremely forceful and majestic. Even if it was not a star technique, it still made everyone feel shocked. Homingming rode on by Shan Shuyu and held a bow and arrow in her hand. She raised her head and shot a series of pitch-black arrows that formed a string that darted into the layers of fog. Huff in the fog, the crystal dragon opened its mouth and spat out an ice breath. Ingyi panicked and frantically said, "Ice crystal breath. Ice crystal breath." Nine-tailed, height of 85 meters. High official, height of 95 meters. Silence domain. Li Yishu yelled. Jiang Shao raised his hand and shot a diamond-quality sound of silence. The dragon roar that accompanied the ice crystal breath stopped abruptly, and the huge dragon head was enveloped by the sound of silence domain. However, it was only the dragon head. The dragon body that was nearly 25 meters long was still outside the sound of silence domain. The ice crystal breath that was spat out of the dragon head's mouth quickly disappeared. Only pieces of ice crystal aura continued to fall, but there was no follow-up. However, the ice crystal domain and ice crystal snow continued to fall. In order to completely seal its star power, do we have to silence the dragon head and body that are nearly 30 meters long? Or this territory did not belong to this ice crystal dragon, but another dragon clan? Inya was overjoyed and wiped away the tears that had frozen into ice crystals. He frantically yelled, "It's frozen! It's frozen! Right above, quick! Chance!" Li Yishu said, "Han Jiangxue, white flames. Wither bow. Grace, spiral flame." Han Jianshue's star map glowed brightly, and a ball of white flames flew into the sky. Ho Mingming placed one hand on Baishan Shuiyu's back and leaped up before quickly half-kneeling on Baishan Shuiyu's broad horse. Ho Mingming drew her bow and shot an arrow. A pitch-black luster quickly dyed the ordinary bow and arrow in her hands, and the pitch-black starlight scattered in all directions. A pitch-black wither arrow tore through the fog and shot straight into the night sky. In front of him, three-tailed fox opened her mouth, and a rapidly spinning fireball quickly formed in front of her mouth. It stirred up the floating ice crystals, rain, and snow in the surroundings. With waves of heat and sparks, it blasted upwards. At the same time, the ice crystal breath that had been sprayed by the crystal dragon sprinkled down and soaked everyone's bodies, making them feel chills from head to toe. It was bone-chilling. Freezing effect? It would be fine if the ice crystal breath didn't scatter, but once it did, Shadow Crow was in a terrible state. At the same time, Jiang Zhao's expression was extremely sullen. Why? It was because there was a big shot hidden in the dense fog. It was a boss that even the realm tier couldn't detect, because its body was exactly the same as the mist in the dense mist domain. However, with the help of the ice crystal breath, it was able to reveal its body. Behind body. Before Inya finished roaring, he turned into a bolt of lightning and charged forward with the Tang sword in his hand. From the left side of the team, he charged all the way to the right side of the team. However, a moment before Inya activated the Blade of Death, a sound of silence had already reached the designated position. The fog dragon's body was originally made of fog. In the dense fog domain, one would not be able to see the fog dragon's body at all. Jiang Shao sighed and thought, maybe this is the reason why people can't walk out alive. Let's see what Inya chose. Faced with a terrifying fog dragon that was nearly 20 meters long and of diamond quality, he rushed forward while reporting the information. What is he doing? Given the physical characteristics of the fog dragon, can ordinary attacks hurt it? No, ordinary attacks are useless against the fog dragon. Is Inya stupid? Of course not. In that case, is what I'm doing useless work? No, perhaps in his heart, even if he can delay the team for a second, it would be good enough. He's really not afraid of death. Whoosh! Jiang Shao flashed and grabbed the Shadow Crow's ankle. Instant teleportation. At the same time that he grabbed Inya, the diamond-quality Sea Devourer stopped abruptly in midair. The Sea Devourer relied on its physical attributes to crush humans and drag Jiang Shao back by grabbing Inya's ankle. Inya and Li Yishu were both dumbfounded. What's this? Jiang Shao actually managed to use such an extreme method to drag a Star Warrior who had activated the Platinum Blade of Death Star technique and was moving at high speed back. Are you kidding me? Li Yishu couldn't care less and frantically yelled, "Second last, great sage, go." Jiang Shao threw the Shadow Crow away and leaped on a lynx's back. He crawled forward quickly and half-knelt on her neck, grabbing her huge pointy ears with both hands and adjusting the direction she was facing. Magma. Magma flowed out of Lynx's mouth and dripped onto the snow, making sizzling sounds. For 1,100 words, please vote for the Little Toxic Healer. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 855. At the moment when the fog dragon was silenced, the fog around them gradually dissipated a little. Of course, it only dissipated a little, and the fog dragon could no longer use the fog domain star technique. However, the fog that was emitted previously was still there. Hence, for a short period of time, everyone was still enveloped in a relatively dense fog. Immediately afterwards, Li Yishu yelled, "Shadow Crow, report the location of the crystal dragon. You have to report at all times." He no longer had the time to criticize Shadow Crow for acting on his own. As the scout of the team, he actually risked his life to delay the fog dragon's attack. Poor team member. Disobedient. Good comrade. Fearless of death. Li Yishu didn't have the time to praise Jiang Shao either. The operations of this toxic healer could be described as magical. He managed to pull Shadow Crow back from the brink of danger. Li Yishu felt like he was on a roller coaster in a short moment. True brothers of nine-tailed. Brothers are indeed like underwear. The ups and downs of life are all for you. The current situation was too severe. While suppressing his emotions, Li Yishu commanded loudly, "Han Jiangxue, be prepared to defend the crystal dragon at all times." Shadow Crow tumbled to the ground and spun around several times in the snow. Ignoring the snow on his face, he immediately yelled, "Half of the crystal dragon's head has been destroyed. Han Jiangxue and Withering have succeeded. The white flames and the withering bough are still corroding its head and body." Outside the thick fog, in a place where no one could see, the white flames had already covered the crystal dragon's huge head. The white flames seemed to be inextinguishable. The body of the crystal dragon was made of ice, and the water that melted could not stop the white flames from burning at all. It was burning the huge head of the ice dragon. Furthermore, the white flames weren't like normal flames that melted the ice. Instead, they were extremely violent and crackling. Countless ice shards were splattered in all directions under the ferocious spread of the white flames. At this moment, the crystal dragon was indeed in great pain. Not only had it been destroyed by the white flames, but it had also been smashed by Jiang Shao, who had never even raised his head with his diamond domain. Its body was also being rapidly corroded by a withering arrow. Ho Mingming's withering arrow didn't do much damage, but its characteristics were terrifying. It slowly melted the body behind the dragon's head, which was similar to the neck position. The black astral power that represented the withering attribute continued to spread to both sides. Inya hurriedly shouted, "Grace Retribution, Grace Tribulation, you changed your angle. Slightly lower it by another 10 degrees and smash its neck." The back of its dragon head is being eroded by the withering arrows. In his perception, the 20-meter-long body behind the crystal dragon was swaying crazily. However, the dragon's head seemed to be imprisoned, and its movements were extremely slow. Moreover, it had subconsciously moved forward at first, but now it was moving backward, which inadvertently gave everyone more time. The scene was extremely strange. The 20-meter-long body was clearly swimming at a normal speed, but the dragon's head was moving too slowly. As Jiang Shao released a few more shots of silence, the swaying speed of the crystal dragon's body also slowed down. In front of them, Grace Tribulation threw out a spiral ball again and again after hearing his words. He changed his attack method and actually used the flame jet method to spiral upwards and sweep towards the thick fog. Grace Tribulation couldn't see anything above, but he was constantly adjusting the angle of the attack with Inya's help and command. Inya had a sullen expression on his face, but he was secretly rejoicing. "Harder, harder! Grace Tribulation, stop and go help second last." Li Yishu suddenly ordered loudly, "Great Sage, rise, change target, Crystal Dragon." Such a command vividly displayed Li Yishu's ability and personality. If Grace Tribulation continued to attack like that, he might be able to achieve good results. However, that wasn't what Li Yishu wanted. He wanted to end the battle quickly and end it all in one blow. Li Yishu's bold change meant that he was definitely not the type of person who didn't want to make any mistakes. Li Yishu's command would, of course, determine the fate of the team. While speaking, Li Yishu raised his hand abruptly and a gust of wind swept through, sending sun dashing up into the sky. Li Yishu roared furiously from below. "Great Sage, Star Martial Arts. Inya, report your location." In the thick fog, sun dashing dash towards the unknown domain. He also had a perception-type star technique, but compared to Inya's field tear, his star technique might need to be closer in order to be effective. The shadow crow closed his eyes and sensed everyone in the ice, rain, snow, mist, fog. He suddenly shouted, "Great sage!" Almost at the same time, Sun Dashing vaguely saw a huge body of ice that was being eroded by flames and withering. At the next moment, the great sage smirked and his smile was filled with boundless arrogance. He waved his rod and the star map in front of his chest shone, while the rod in his hand was smeared with gold and red colors. The gold and red intertwined, just like a gorgeous and beautiful dream. That rod, from top to bottom, smashed down fiercely. The small rod smashed in midair and did not hit anything. However, in front of and above Sun Dashing's body, a huge golden red rod shadow descended from the sky. Bang! On the ice crystal cube body that was corroded by the white flames and the withering arrows, the illusory giant rod shadow forcefully struck down. It accurately struck the connection between the crystal dragon's head and body. Bang! The ice exploded and the shock waves were everywhere. The dragon's body was bent and shattered. Roar! The crystal dragon, which had been forcefully smashed out of the domain of silence, let out a dragon roar that was full of despair and indignation. It drifted far away in the foggy world, but the sound did not fade away gradually. Instead, it stopped abruptly. The connection between the dragon's head and body was actually destroyed by the white flames, withering arrows, spiral flames, and the golden red rod shadow. It was the final blow. A diamond-quality crystal dragon? A dragon with a terrifyingly high race value? A diamond-quality physique, vitality, and physical defense? The facts had proven that no one would dare to go up Liangshan. Diamond? Kill. Sun Dashing rested his staff on his shoulder. Through the layers of fog, he looked at the huge dragon head in front of him as it fell with him. Below, Jiang Shao was riding on the huge lynx, grabbing the tuft of fur on one of its sharp ears and turning it slightly to the left. The lynx spat out magma from its mouth and allowed Jiang Shao to adjust the direction of the output. He then sprayed the magma at the agitated and swaying mist dragon. Jiang Shao didn't have time to look at the battlefield in the sky, nor did he need to look up. Through the tier domain, Jiang Shao could sense that the shattered ice crystal dragon was falling. Move forward. Move forward, second last. Jiang Shao yelled, while tugging the huge ear forward. Second last spat out the last mouthful of magma and roasted the mist dragon's head in the distance before retreating nimbly. Shadow Crow opened its mouth and yelled, "Retreat. Everyone." All of a sudden, everyone retreated. Rumble. The crystal dragon fell like an ancient divine beast, and its heavy body, which was nearly 30 meters long, smashed down. It was not a star technique, but the corpse of the crystal dragon. The floating ice crystals and frost were stirred up, and at the instant that the corpse of the crystal dragon fell to the ground, snowflakes splashed everywhere and mud flew everywhere. It was as if the earth was trembling, the domain of silence was smashed, and the magma that sprayed out burned the body of the mist dragon frantically. The huge head of the mist dragon was really about to be vaporized. The mist dragon was in pain, and its body quickly converged and shrank before turning into a physical entity. However, the mist dragon did not know that its fate had already been decided the moment it turned into a physical entity. Who was in front of the mist dragon? It was a three-tailed fox with explosive output, an elegant and well-fed lynx, and the commander riding on the lynx, the little poison healer. Under the circumstances that the dragon's head was shackled and it moved slowly, the thick dragon tail turned around and swung towards Jiang Shao. From the beginning to the end, the mist dragon had never used its own star technique under Jiang Zhao's control. Jiang Shao yelled, "Frostwind." The magma in the giant lynx's mouth had yet to disappear, and a gust of wind that was mixed with snow and wind swept out. Li Yishu's thoughts had clearly caught up with Jiang Zhao's, and he immediately understood what Jiang Shao meant. He also extended his hand, and a gust of wind swept out, blowing away the thick fog. At least in the area where everyone was, the thick fog was blown away, and the huge mist dragon was vaguely revealed in front of everyone in its physical form. Li Ishu immediately said, "Ice roar." All of a sudden, countless ice roars swept over. The berserk platinum ice roared and tore the mist dragon's huge head into pieces in an instant under such concentrated fire. All that was left was its tail, which was sweeping forward by inertia. The lynx leaped lightly and dodged the huge dragon's tail. The mist dragon's tail collided with the crystal dragon's huge body made of ice crystals, sweeping it dozens of meters away. Phew, Jiang Shao finally heaved a sigh of relief. The soul-stirring battle had finally come to an end. The group of people looked around in the faint mist. The shadow crow, which had the ability to sense, was obviously not in sync with the information the others received. Shadow Crow understood the dangers in the Dragon Cave better and could also see how dangerous the snow mountains and deep forests were, as well as how many ferocious hunters there were. Therefore, when the two dragons died one after another, Shadow Crow was overjoyed. He clenched his fists tightly and said, "Awesome." Upon hearing the Shadow Crow's celebratory voice, everyone looked at each other. A few seconds later, this group of elite soldiers who had a solemn expression and a heavy heart faintly revealed a smile on their faces. The arduous battle and the arduous victory were enough to boost their confidence. Jiang Shao leaned forward slightly and lay on Lynx's furry head. He whispered into her sharp ears, "Huh? Second last. Why are you fine when you're facing the attacks of two dragons at the same time? Is it because Brother Xiaopi's control is too strong?" Lynx was speechless. Jiang Shao said softly, "You can carry me like this in the future. I like this way of fighting." Lynx's huge head swayed left and right. She should have been shaking her head to reject him, but under such circumstances, Jiang Shao, who was lying on her head, rolled back and forth. Wow. Jiang Shao hurriedly hugged her furry head. It seemed that he had found a new way to play on top. Chapter 856. The huge lynx carried Jiang Shao and walked elegantly towards the huge dragon head of the mist dragon. The lynx, which was 7 meters long and more than 4 meters tall, was actually about the same size as the dragon's head. It was the head of the mist dragon that had condensed into a physical body. Hence, one could imagine how exaggerated it would be when it was in its fog state. The head of the mist dragon also slowly turned into a water stain under everyone's gaze and soaked in the snow, leaving behind a star bead that was surrounded by fog. Splat! The lynx's paws stepped on the snow, causing it to splatter. It then lowered its head and carefully sized up the peculiar star bead with its sharp eyes. This mist dragon star bead isn't that big, is it? The star beads of ordinary creatures were about the size of a human's thumb, but the mist dragon star bead was at most the size of a baseball. Compared to its body, the star bead was really small. The lynx walked forward slowly and rolled up the star bead with its long tail before sending it to Jiang Zhao's side. Jiang Shao grabbed the star bead with both hands, and, at the same time, the information of the star bead appeared in his internal star map. Mist Dragon Star Bead, Diamond Quality, Star Techniques, 1. Mist Cluster, summons the mist to attack the target. The amount of mist is decided by the user. Platinum Quality, 2. Mist Pursuit. The mist cluster can be freely controlled by the user, and its external form can be freely transformed according to the user's will. Platinum Quality, 3. Mist Domain. Releases a large amount of mist with the user as the center and changes the environment within a certain range. Perceives everything within the mist and has the effect of interfering with the vision of the target within the range. Diamond Quality. Jiang Shao frowned slightly because the description of the star technique was somewhat different from the information provided by the base. First of all, the second star technique, Mist Pursuit, also had the ability to freely transform the appearance of the mist cluster, which was similar to the Golden Wave star technique of Xiangnan. Secondly, the star technique, Mist Pursuit, was not of diamond quality, but of platinum quality. There were also some differences in the wording. For example, the first star technique, Mist Cluster, was mentioned in the information as attacking the target, while the internal star map was mentioned as attacking the target. Besides, the descriptions of the first star technique were also very different, but the meaning was similar. Hence, it didn't matter. Okay, Jiang Shao thought about it and decided to find a chance to tell second last about it. When he went out, he would get her to report the news to her superiors. Mr. De Lien has the Mist Dragon as his star techniques. If he can't even study the star techniques of his star dragons accurately, he will be star techniques of other dragons. Jiang Shao sighed and thought, star, is it because of the dragons are? Is star Mist Dragons or dragon star dragon clan? Star D Mist Dragons are is, and dragon star. Star Mist dragon star is should. Of course, under such circumstances, Mewling Bear wasn't any better. It didn't listen to Jiang Zhao's instructions either. In fact, when it used the iron-eating mythical star technique, it didn't care about anyone at all. When it roared, Jiang Shao was terrified. Jiang Shao leaned forward again and lay on Lynx's furry head, after which he said to its sharp ears, "This star bead is very large and inconvenient to carry. Put it in your scourge ruins." Lynx shook its head again, and Jiang Zhao's body swayed back and forth again. It's really fun while swaying left and right. The huge lynx had already brought him to the corpse of the crystal dragon. Ugh! Jiang Shao subconsciously looked down, but he was so mesmerized by the beautiful body of the crystal dragon that he couldn't shift his gaze away. Are the crystal dragons made of ice? The information clearly stated that its body was not made of ice, but rather, it was similar to ice. It was very cold, but probably wouldn't melt. The Mist Dragon, on the other hand, would condense and turn into a pool of water after its death. Jiang Shao observed the crystal dragon silently. In its irregular polyhedron body, there were strings of ice crystals. Even though its head and rear body had been destroyed by everyone, it did not affect its beauty at all. After all, its rear body and tail were still there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 toes. Is it a 4-clawed crystal dragon? Jiang Shao observed secretly and followed Lynx to the dragon's head that had been broken in half. Oh my god! Oh my god, it really looked like an Easter dragon. The head of the crystal dragon was like an ice sculpture, as if it had been meticulously carved by a master sculptor. It was so huge, yet so exquisite. Every little detail was carved to perfection. Jiang Shao slid down from Lynx's body and gently stroked the face of the dragon head with one hand, only to feel that it was cold. Jiang Shao did not have the chance to observe the Mist Dragon carefully because its corpse was gone. However, the corpse of the crystal dragon was an eye-opener for Jiang Shao. Dragon horns, dragon eyes, dragon whiskers, dragon scales. Jiang Shao even saw the ice crystal-like fur, which was extremely exquisite. Along the huge dragon's body, Jiang Shao gently stroked its irregular, crystal-like, polyhedron body with one hand and brushed his fingers across the ice crystal dragon scales. He looked up and saw that the ice crystal fur ran through its entire body from head to tail. Majestic, spectacular, dreamy, exquisite. These 4 words appeared in Jiang Zhao's mind. Jiang Shao felt that it would be difficult for those 4 words to appear in the same sentence and be used to describe the same thing. However, the crystal dragon in front of him displayed its unique style. It was extremely stunning and beautiful. The great sage walked out of the shattered dragon head, holding a similarly irregular polyhedron in his hand. Normal star beads were all spherical. However, the crystal dragon star bead was very special. There were strings of ice flowers that circled around it. Everyone was amazed and looked at it one by one. Finally, the crystal dragon star bead was in Jiang Zhao's hands. The information of the crystal dragon star bead was displayed in his internal star map. Crystal dragon star bead, diamond quality, star technique. 1. Ice crystal. Summons ice crystals to attack the target. They have a freezing effect. The number of ice crystals is determined by the user. Platinum quality. 2. Ice crystal breath. Spits out an icy breath that can freeze everything. It also has frostbite, deceleration, and other effects. Platinum quality. 3. Ice crystal snow. Makes small ice crystals float in a certain range, causing frost and snow to fall and continuously consume the vitality of the target within the range of the ice crystal snow. Platinum quality. 4. Ice crystal domain. Every floating ice crystal and snowflake is closely connected to the user's perception. Diamond quality. Jiang Xiao nodded secretly. The description of this star technique was also different from the information given by the base. Besides, in terms of characteristics, the information given by the internal star map was clearly clearer. There was also another point, and that was the quality of the Crystal Dragon star technique. Jiang Xiao could revise a lot of information. While thinking about it, Inya panicked and hurriedly said, Many crystal dragons are heading this way. We must have angered the public. Everyone was shocked, and Li Yishu immediately said, Han Jiangxue, dark space, instantaneous defense. Teleport to the desert. Li Yishu's thoughts were simple. Since they had already angered the public, they definitely couldn't wait there anymore. Since they had chosen to leave, they had to go to a place with a clear view. However, they couldn't return to the area they had just entered. Otherwise, the team would likely attract the irritable crystal dragons and destroy the peaceful Forterrain intersection. Under Han Jiangshue's terrifying dark space instantaneous defense, the team was directly teleported to a wilderness. The place was overgrown with weeds and was desolate. There was no longer any fog, ice crystals, or frost blocking their vision. Hence, their field of vision was extremely wide. It was as if they had just survived a calamity. Only those who had experienced it would understand such emotions. The scorching hot sun in the sky was still roasting everything. In an instant, the strange sun sank to the west, and the dragon cave was once again shrouded in darkness. The bright Milky Way pierced through the night sky, and the meteors fell from the sky. Putting aside the strange style of the dragon cave, the scenery here was extremely beautiful. As everyone appeared, Inya's eyes turned red and dark clouds gathered in the sky, blocking the beautiful starry sky. Light rain also began to fall. Inya heaved a sigh of relief and said, We can temporarily settle down for a while. The dragons are still a distance away from us. Li Yishu said, Everyone, enter the space and recover. Let's do a battle summary. While speaking, Li Yishu waved her hand, and the door of the Scourge Ruins opened. She was not called the Northwest King for no reason. Not everyone had the Scourge Ruins. The members of the Tail Feather team were the most elite of the elites. Hence, the probability of them possessing precious star techniques was definitely high. As the publicly recognized Northwest King, Li Yishu was personally appointed by Second Last to enter the Dragon Cave. At that time, Second Last had yet to enter the Scourge Ruins. To a large extent, she saw that Li Yishu had a spatial star technique that could be used for alternative defense and team recuperation. Everyone entered while Inya, who had the Tier Realm star technique, brought up the rear. Just as he was about to walk into the gate of the Scourge Ruins, a layer of sand and gravel suddenly moved under the ground at the entrance of the desert. Inya's pupils constricted violently, almost turning into the shape of a needle. Dragon. And it's the dragon that has been hiding under our feet. Inya couldn't care less. He arched his legs and plunged into the gate of the Scourge Ruins. Bang! The ground of the desert exploded, and a giant creature with a shallow outline peeked its head out of the ground. If it weren't for the sand and gravel that rolled off the dragon's head, its body would have been almost invisible to the naked eye. Close the gate, Inya yelled. Hiss! With the dragon's roar, two small, semi-invisible hidden dragons shuttled rapidly and plunged into the gate of the Scourge Ruins. Whoosh! Li Yishu made a prompt decision and immediately closed the gate of the Scourge Ruins. The small hidden dragon that was slower at the back had its body sliced in half. Meanwhile, the small hidden dragon in front had already charged in. In the space of the Scourge Ruins, which was only 100 square meters, the Heavenly Hound did what the only shield warrior in the team was supposed to do. The Heavenly Hound let out a soft roar, and his huge body caught up with the hidden dragon. He held up an illusory shield with one hand. At the same time, a star map unfolded on his majestic body and shone brightly. A Heavenly Hound mask was worn on his face, covering the Heavenly Hound's face. At the same time, A giant wearing the Heavenly Hound mask appeared behind the Heavenly Hound. Under the illusory lines was the palm that slammed down heavily. Bang! The Heavenly Hound's reaction was fast, and so was his speed. However, the small hidden dragon that was charging forward was even faster. Before the giant illusory Heavenly Hound's palm slammed down, the small hidden dragon had already smashed through the illusory shield and pierced through the Heavenly Hound's body. Pierced through. Hiss. Roar. The small hidden dragon flew quickly and roared loudly in the Scourge ruins. Although it was called a small hidden dragon, that was relative to the hidden dragon's body. No matter how small this small hidden dragon was, it was still about 8 meters long. Ring, ring, ring. Almost as soon as the Heavenly Hound's chest was smashed, the crisp sound of a bell rang. The Heavenly Hound's chest that had been pierced through and sent flying by the impact of the small hidden dragon quickly healed. Hiss! The small hidden dragon charged straight into the dark starry sky, but it crashed into the air wall. Only then did it turn around, its huge body swimming slowly as it lowered its head to look at the people below. Everyone, who had just relaxed a moment ago, tensed up again. What does it mean to be surrounded by danger? The hidden dragon actually hid its body underground in the desert? What was it doing hunting? Or was it resting? No matter what, they had mistakenly entered its territory. Without a doubt, the hidden dragon was guarding outside the Scourge ruins at this moment, waiting for them to go out. Second Last waved her hand violently, and a frosty wind swept out. Some frost and snow stuck to the small hidden dragon's body, completely exposing its body. Ice roar! Li Ishu yelled loudly. All of a sudden, there was a baptism of ice and a dragon's howl. Under the connection of the bouncing bell, Jiang Shao walked toward the Heavenly Hound and looked at it, who was lying on the ground and panting heavily. Its broad palm was still touching its chest, as if it was looking for the huge bloody hole just now. The feeling of his body being pierced through and smashed was extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Shao bent down and extended his palm towards the Heavenly Hound. You reacted very quickly, comrade. The Heavenly Hound's chest was heaving up and down violently as it sucked in mouthfuls of cold air and enjoyed the beauty of life. It reached out and held Jiang Zhao's palm tightly. Thank you, Nine Tails. You do what you have to do, and I'll do what I have to do. Jiang Shao pulled the Heavenly Hound up and glanced at the hidden dragon's corpse that had been smashed into pieces in the distance. He smiled and tried to ease the atmosphere. What did the King of Hell say to you just now? The Heavenly Hound grinned. He did not look like a person who had gone one round in hell at all. We haven't reached that stage yet. Your bell is a little too fast. Next time, if you react slower, I can go and meet the old man. The team members stepped forward one after another and were concerned about the Heavenly Hound's injury and mental state. The confidence that they had just built up previously had vanished at this moment. The Dragon Cave was a place of great danger. Danger lurks in every corner here, and every crisis can take your life. Continue to seek monthly votes to support the Little Toxic Healer. Chapter 857. Shadow Crow sat on the ground and covered his head with his hands, feeling extremely guilty. He was the scout of the team and the one who provided intelligence to the team. He was also the one who should have discovered the danger around them. The hidden dragon was hidden beneath their feet, but he knew nothing about its existence. Feeling guilty, Shadow Crow saw a pair of black military boots appearing in front of him. Shadow Crow looked up and saw Second Last looking down at him. This is a matter of our abilities. It has nothing to do with us, Second Last said in a hoarse and magnetic voice that filled the silent shadow ruins. On the side, Tengu also came over. He knelt down on one knee and put one hand on Inya's shoulder. He gently shook his head and said, "Brother, don't blame yourself. The leader is right. The hidden dragon is hidden underground. Due to the terrain, your domain tiers can't find it." Staring at the slightly dejected Shadow Crow, Second Last continued, "It's right beneath our feet. The great sage, Withering, many of us have the star technique of perception, but none of us discovered anything abnormal. This is because we're not capable enough. The Heavenly Hound comforted softly. You've read the information about the hidden dragon before. It should have activated the body concealment and hidden its body, star power fluctuations, and aura of life. No one will be able to discover it. Of course, Second Last couldn't change the way she spoke. She had always treated her team members the same way. However, the Heavenly Hound was smart. With the Heavenly Hound's cooperation, the two of them played the good cop and the bad cop respectively. One of them was stern, while the other was gentle and peaceful. Hence, it played a good role in adjusting Shadow Crow's mentality. Shadow Crow was also a soldier, and his mental fortitude was naturally excellent. Be it for the sake of the team or himself, he soon got rid of all distracting thoughts and agreed with Second Last. Second Last nodded in satisfaction and turned around to look at Li Yishu. It's guarding outside now. Li Yishu pondered for a moment and looked at Second Last. Let's discuss it together. After all, this isn't a battlefield. We're safe now, and we have plenty of time to discuss our next move. Leader, what do you think? In the shadow of Calamity Ruins, it was undoubtedly very safe. Second Last did not respond. While everyone was staring at her, she turned to look at Jiang Shao and asked, "What do you think?" Gulp, gulp. Jiang Shao was holding a crystal dragon star bead that was covered in ice flowers and a fog dragon star bead that was surrounded by mist. He was mimicking the old man and rolling the walnuts. However, the walnuts were rather large, each of them about the size of a baseball. Furthermore, the crystal dragon star bead was an irregular polyhedron, so it was rather difficult to coil it up. While spinning the star beads, Jiang Shao listened to the strange sounds produced when the two star beads collided. He said, "Let's take a good rest first. We've just experienced a life-and-death battle, and we need to rest and relax. As for how to break through the blockade of the Hidden Dragon Clan, that's a trivial matter." Second Last raised her eyebrows and said, "Okay." Jiang Shao said, "When you open the door later, I'll just throw out my star technique. If it dares to guard the door, we'll kill it." His words were filled with absolute confidence, causing everyone in the team to nod their heads in approval. With such a star warrior in the team, they were really confident. The little toxic healer really lived up to his name. He was absolutely calm, and capable in the face of danger. In the battle between the two dragons just now, on the surface, the damage output of the team members was extremely high, and they seemed to be the protagonists of the battlefield. However, Jiang Shao and Fu Hei's support for everyone was real. They were the true masters of controlling the situation. Besides, the scene of the Heavenly Hound being penetrated by the small Hidden Dragon Clan just now was so sudden that Belle was almost connected to the small Hidden Dragon Clan seamlessly. Before the tail of the small Hidden Dragon Clan pierced through the chest of the Heavenly Hound, Belle was already in place. The Heavenly Hound wasn't joking. "We haven't reached that stage yet. Next time, you'd better react slower. I'll go and meet the King of Hell." Ever since they entered the Dragon Cave, Jiang Shao had at least saved 2 lives, at least on the surface. One of them was for the dead Shadow Crow, while the other was for the Heavenly Hound, which had just blocked the entrance of the Calamity Shadow. If it were another team that encountered such a situation, there might really have been casualties. In every team, every member had their own role, and the loss of one member would undoubtedly be the beginning of the collapse of the team. "Okay." Second Last nodded and said, "Rest for 10 minutes to recover your star power and stamina." Jiang Shao stood up with the big star bead in his hand and looked at his comrades. "I have a blessing that can help you recover your stamina and make you feel better. There are almost no side effects. What do you think?" All of a sudden, everyone had a peculiar expression on their faces. There was a reason why the little toxic healer was called a toxic healer. Regardless of Jiang Zhao's abilities, his toxic healer skills were certified by China and even the world. No one would question his abilities. Everyone present was an elite, and no one wanted to be embarrassed. However, at this moment, Second Last made a decision and said, "Sure." Clearly, Second Last needed everyone to ensure that they had sufficient stamina. She was very clear about the mission goal of the team. Jiang Zhao's blessing could be used when it was absolutely safe. Let's start with the Heavenly Hound then. If hell doesn't accept you, you could go to heaven. As he spoke, Jiang Shao held the big star bead in one hand and raised the other. The heavenly hound muttered, Jiang Shao was very satisfied with the effects of his blessing. He then looked at everyone and ordered, "Sit up straight. I want to heal you one by one." Everyone was speechless. The light of blessing could not only restore their stamina, but it could also nourish their hearts. That was the true magical skill that could adjust one's state. Doctors have the heart of a parent. Feeling like a father, Jiang Shao healed his fellow patients and then healed himself too. Vaguely, Jiang Shao seemed to have discovered something incredible. Xiao family swordsmanship upgraded. Platinum quality level 9. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. That's great. Jiang Shao strode to the foot of the Calamity Ruins, leaned against the star wall, and sat down. At the side, Han Jiangxue walked over with a bottle of mineral water and a box of compressed biscuits. Before everyone entered the Dragon Cave, Li Yishu had already emptied the Calamity Ruins and placed plenty of supplies. Here, Han Jiangxue sat down with one hand on the star wall and handed the water to Jiang Shao. Oh, okay. Jiang Shao took the mineral water while looking at his remaining skill points. 1, 3, 2, 6, 8. The Xiao family swordsmanship was already at Platinum 9. It was not the time to save skill points now. The best steel should be used on the blade. There was a threshold for upgrading from Platinum 9 to Diamond quality. The minor levels in the grades could be upgraded automatically, but the threshold would be stuck. It would take up a lot of time and energy. Jiang Shao was prepared to use his skill points to upgrade it. In that case, he would not delay the next stage of the giant blade training. Okay, it's decided. Jiang Shao unscrewed the mineral water bottle and gulped it down. At the same time, he added 1,000 skill points to the Xia family swordsmanship. Xia family swordsmanship upgraded. Diamond quality level 0. All of a sudden, a large number of giant blade techniques surged into Jiang Zhao's mind. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. The platinum quality giant blade technique had been added to the giant blade technique, and the diamond quality giant blade technique, or rather, the platinum quality giant blade technique. Was it really a dual-wielding technique? No, it should be called the double giant blade technique. Wow, cool. Jiang Shao put down the mineral water bottle and let the water drip down the corners of his lips and chin. He didn't even have the time to wipe his mouth. The double giant blade technique, in his mind, was simply too cool, and Jiang Shao was completely immersed in it. While tearing open the packaging of the biscuits, Han Jiangxue frowned and watched Jiang Shao mumble to himself. She couldn't help but reach out with her right hand, pinch the sleeve of her cloak, and wipe Jiang Zhao's mouth. The sea-devouring soul was speechless. I'm a platinum-quality pet. After all, are you using me as a napkin? Sensing that Han Jiangxue was wiping Jiang Zhao's mouth, Jiang Shao also lifted the collar of his sea-devouring robe and wiped Jiang Zhao's chin with his tiny hands. The sea-devouring soul was speechless. All right, even a diamond big shot is willing to be a napkin. Seems like I'm not degrading myself. Han Jiangxue asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" Jiang Shao hurriedly raised a finger and gestured for her to stop. In the past, Jiang Shao had to figure out on his own, but now that his giant blade technique had entered the diamond quality and he had a clear grasp of the technique, he was overjoyed. I'm doomed. If this giant blade technique continues to be so profound, I'll be getting further and further away from my auxiliary profession. Isn't this too powerful? The two giant blades can even rotate in mid-air, touch, borrow force, and change the angle and strength. It's really hard to guard against. I want to be a good doctor too, but my abilities don't allow me to. Jiang Shao shook his head and turned to look at Han Jiangxue before taking a bite of the compressed biscuit that she handed to him. Jiang Shao looked overjoyed and chewed on the biscuits, making crunching sound while muttering, "Crunch, crunch. That feels great, little Jiangxue." Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. It's time to rest. Second Last's voice sounded from afar. Everyone hurriedly got up and walked back to the open gate of the Shadow Ruins. Second Last gestured at Jiang Shao, and he hurriedly walked towards her. "Tell me about your specific plan," Second Last said. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, Li Yishu, hold the gate of the shadow ruins in a while. This is the most important thing. Don't close the door and don't cut my body into two again. Li Yishu nodded solemnly and said, yes. Jiang Shao turned around to look at everyone, after which his gaze landed on Han Jiangxue. Come here. After returning to her mission mode, Han Jiangxue walked forward expressionlessly. Jiang Shao said, in a while, summon a few firework centipedes outside and get them to quickly disperse in all directions. Leave the rest to me. Han Jiangxue nodded. Jiang Shao continued to say to everyone, I'll throw a sound of silence. If the hidden dragon is far away, I'll leave an area at the entrance for us to use our star techniques. If the hidden dragon is nearby, it'll definitely escape to the outside under my sound of silence. Wait for my news. Jiang Shao then led Han Jiangxue to the gate of the shadow ruins and shielded her behind him. He said softly, hide behind me. Be careful. Okay. Han Jiangxue pursed her lips. Jiang Shao said, everyone, retreat, disperse, and prepare for battle. Lowly official, open the gate. Whoosh, all of a sudden, the gate of the shadow ruins opened in front of Jiang Shao. Han Jiangxue's arm passed through Jiang Zhao's body and extended outwards. From the outside, it looked like an overlapping space door had suddenly opened, after which a fair and tender palm emerged from the gate of the shadow ruins. The scene was rather strange. 3 fireworks centipedes quickly assembled and darted to the left, front, and right under the command of the lone palm. Next, a man with a buzz cut popped his head out of the gate and observed the surroundings. The halo of nostalgia suddenly lit up on the body of the fireworks centipedes. Jiang Shao frowned and observed the surroundings. It's so quiet. Where is this scheming bastard hiding in this corner to plot against me? He's clearly a proud dragon with extremely high race value. Yet, he's actually doing such a shady thing? Luo, 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 Luo. Jiang Shao made the sound of pig eating. Below his round head, a fair hand stretched out from the side of his waist. His slender fingers moved gently, summoning a few more fire hornless puppets. Flame puppet, $1 for 4 flame puppets. Crunchy, star power. Scheming bastard, are you tempted? 6 heads. I'll add a few more for you. Jiang Shao reached his left hand out and patted Han Jiangxue's thigh. The palm that popped out along with Jiang Zhao's had summoned 3 more fireworks centipedes. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.